Yeah, good morning everybody. Again, like yesterday, we need to check that we have a quorum for today so we can start. So for that, I prepared again a little question. It's this time about lies, since most of you are probably alive. So like, the question is, since when does the live funding exist? You know the drill, like, I will call out these years and you have to raise up your voting device. So, do you think the lie exists since 1991? Then please raise, where are my scrutineers first of all? Okay, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Please raise your voting device now, if you are for 1991. So. Please really hold it up this high, not like this. Yeah, perfect. Luis, please keep it up now. Everybody who is for 1991. Okay, thank you. Please, you can put it down again. Who is for 1994 as the start of the funding? Please raise your voting device now. Okay, thank you. You can lower your voting device. And who is for 2000? Two? Does that sound? Huh? Yeah, and this means we have a quorum and we can start the day. And the right answer is 1991. So, already a long time. So,
okay, real.
I'm continuing my stream.
Okay, so Janis, please. Janis. Here we go. So we are voting on the agenda. Since there was a proposal from yesterday, I just want to present it shortly to you again. What the changes I've done. So for Saturday, here you go. So I put the vice president applicants up front, set the communication manager after lunch, and also changed EGM spot distribution to the middle section, and the financial audit will be last. So just that you have, for the people who didn't click on the link in the WhatsApp group, have a quick overview what you're going to vote on now.
So, does anybody disapproves this agenda or has any points for this agenda? It doesn't seem like that, so we can continue. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So, before we start, you might have realized that this room is a little bit different than yesterday. So this time we won't be able to make a queue for the Q&A. So you don't have to come up front. So please raise your hand if you have a question. You will then get added to the speakers list and somebody will bring you to the microphone. Perfect. Now we're starting with our first applicant, Teresa. Give her some laughter. You can stay here or there. Yes. Thanks to Florian, we have a clicker. Great.
Oh, does it work now? Yes. It works now.
Give you 2 minutes more.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. You can start.
All right, so after this presentation and after sitting down, I would really like to make my presentation to you. So, hello everyone, my name is Teresa, and I am running for president of the network. But maybe first we need to see how this works. I think it's turned off.
Turn it on.
Now it's turned on. Thank you for your patience. So first, you're probably wondering, who am I? Well, my name is Teresa. I was born in the beautiful city in Granada, in southern Spain, where we have beautiful weather. And at some point when I was 20 years old, I decided I really like the nice weather. So I moved to do my Erasmus somewhere in the middle of Sweden. Lovely. And then I actually really enjoyed the weather. So I decided to move to northern Germany, to the beautiful city of Hamburg, where I joined ESN for the first time after my Erasmus and part like this section that I'm still part of. I already finished my master's studies, so I'm doing a PhD, still based in Hamburg. I have had a lot of positions because I've been in the local board for a little bit over 3 years now, or not anymore, a little bit over 3 years until a couple of weeks ago. I started as event manager, as communication manager, then I was vice president, and my last mandate I was president of ESN Hamburg. One highlight is that during this president mandate I received the DAD prize. It has a super long name, it's like 2 outstanding integration of internationals, blah blah blah, the DAD prize. But all of this is nice and whatnot, but I would like to present to you my proudest moments as president of ESN Hamburg. The first one and most important being that ESN Hamburg is now an eingetragener Verein after being a section since 2006. So it took quite some time. We also have always been a lay at the Technical University, and we are now in the process of becoming a lay at Uni Hamburg, which is great because this university refused to meet with us for over 4 years. And we got them to meet, and I got them to accept that we need to be a lay, and we're currently working on it. As many of you will know, we organized the Autumn A last year with our neighbors ESN Kiel. We got a room at the Technical University because, again, section since 2006, we didn't have an office, we didn't have room space. We have doubled our active volunteers in 1.5 years, more or less, a little bit less, and we signed our first ESN card contract. So, I have not only been active in the local level, but I have also been quite active in the national and a little bit international level. Yes, I have been a member of the COSIS team for since forever. I gave several workshops at all 3 EGMs. I was OC Brand Rhapsody, head grad free break at C-Battle, head of OC for the NA. You get it. I have done a lot of things in the last 3 years. However, I'm not here to present myself and tell you everything I've done, but everything I want to do, and to tell you what I stand for and the pillars upon which I want to base my candidacy and my mandate if I get elected. The first one of them being transparency, because transparency is essential to having a trust bond between the sections and the national level. This has to be achieved by sharing information, keeping the network up to date, and by making opportunities open to everyone unconditionally. My proposal includes making the NB call minutes open again, to make sure that all documents are not only available to all members, but easily accessible and easily understandable for everyone, and making sure that there are open calls for every position that is needed on the national level. The next point that I like to talk about is accountability. Accountability has to be reached by the means of establishing clear, realistic, and achievable goals for the mandates, designing metrics by which we can track this goal, monitor the process, and share this process with the sections, so tracing back to transparency. And when problems arise, because it's clear that problems always come from one way or another, communicate them clearly, state them to everyone, and focus on the problem solving. My proposal also includes making available for everyone the task of the board, of the national board, of each board position, sharing the progress, and again, being very open with the network about every decision process that takes place. I want these two key values to be the foundation of one of my main goals, which is bridging the gap between the sections and the national board or the national level. Right now, there is a big distance or a big perceived distance between the local boards, local members, sections, and the national level. And in order to solve this, we need to create a bi-directional trust bond. So you need to trust for dialogue, for feedback, for communication that go both ways. And my main proposal is to expand the support structures of Yes in Germany. So creating more board support positions and more teams, for example, HR officers that help the vice president take care of the sections and of the people that work in the national level, having a secretary or a spokesperson that makes sure that transparency and accountability are followed through and reach the sections, having cause-specific officers that help the project manager, and having liaison officers that take care of the communication with the institutions that we are in contact with. Which brings me to my point in advocacy. Advocacy is a part of the portfolio that I'm really excited about. I'm really passionate about it. However, I think that advocacy and representation must be done from a solid foundation, and it needs to be done in the benefit of the sections from the point of view of the sections. So I would be the voice of the sections of Yes in Germany, not of anyone else. And everything I do would be in the family of the local sections, and everything that comes out of it, the outcome, would be clearly communicated in a timely manner and in a clear way that is understandable for everyone. So, all in all, I'm really excited to do some teamwork, of course, with the other national board members, with AB, alumni, any other groups, ESN International, but I'm mostly excited to work with the sections, with each one of the members and each one of you, because I really want to make myself approachable and reachable. I have a lot of things to say, not enough time, so I'm really looking forward to answering all of your questions. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Teresa. Now, since we have a joint Q&A session for the president applicants, we're just continuing with Philip.
Oh, sorry.
You do.
Sorry.
Don't you worry. Try.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Same for you. So you can start.
So, we can develop the network, so the local level, the national level, international level, together, and at the same time representing the voice of us, of the Erasmus generation? Yes, I think we can. I'm Philip. I was born and raised in Berlin, and after my high school, I decided to study chemistry at the Technical University of Berlin. And there, I got really fast involved in the university politics. So I joined the Student Council for Chemistry Students as an active member, and later on got elected as a board member, and therefore I represented chemistry students and later on STEM students in the Institute and Faculty Council. And I also applied for the Academic Senate, and I got elected. It's the highest council in the university, and I represented all the students towards the other members of the university. I graduated in chemistry, and I decided to stay at the TU and applied for biochemistry. So I'm currently studying biochemistry in my master's. And it was after COVID, so I thought, okay, I should explore Europe a little bit more. So I applied for Erasmus. I got accepted and went to the beautiful city of Vienna. I stayed there for 1 year and had an amazing time. Thanks to Yes in Vienna, a lot of nice people I met there, a lot of nice events. And during the second semester, I got really close with volunteers and asked them, hey, is there any ES in Berlin? And they were like, no. And I was like, what? That's it's not possible, you know, like the capital city. So I had the idea in my mind to build up ES in Berlin. But I was really lucky because I came back and there were so many other students who came back from the Erasmus, had the same idea to build ES in Berlin. So we found a student initiative at the TU, Berlin 9s. I joined as an active member, we became candidate section, and afterwards I became the vice president, and the president stepped down, so I became the next president, and together with the team we accomplished to become ES in Berlin, and also established an EV. And then, yeah, basically I tried to explore the galaxy of ESN through ESN Galaxy. So I applied for a lot of events, and I want to give you now some of my memories from the last year, because I tried to collect all of the best practices, get to know the network. And to highlight a few of them, you can see on the left, I joined an education community meeting. I was sent from the DAD to an event from the National Agency of Italy, where I met a lot of the board members from Italy. I went to a European Student Assembly, who drafted and discussed policy proposals with other students in Strasbourg. I went to the General Assembly, the highest adverse meeting of ESN, and I think for me, my highlight is this year to be part of the policy dialogue with the Commissioner Ivanova in Brussels and the European Commission about the topics of the European election, learning mobility, and the European degree, really important. But I was not alone. I was there with 15 other amazing young people, European Student Union, for example, and the European Youth Forum were also represented there. And I represented in the end the local voices, so the foundation, the base of ESN, together with Gavin, the president of ESN Germany, and Rita, the president of ESN International. And with this, all these memories, I collect a lot of nice ideas, best practices, which is the foundation of my ideas for ESN Germany. And I want to tell you now how I want to implement them. You can see my 4 pillars, and I will start with the advocacy strategy. I would like to have projects we should focus on in Germany in the field of education and advocacy. Therefore, I want to learn from other NOs. ES in France, they're involved in the National Youth Council. ES in Italy, they have a great structure with the liaison officers, which are basically education officers. I would like to draft this with board supporters, the president's community, and also education enthusiasts. I want to tackle challenges and urgent topics in Germany, so you know if you go abroad, credit recognition is an issue. If you come to Germany, housing is a real issue. I want to align this with the 3-year strategy of ES in Germany, and in the end, it's accepted by you, the National Assembly. Coming to my second pillar, President's Community. I would like to have an active and feedback-oriented community. Therefore, I would like to transfer knowledge from the international and national level to the local level through monthly meetings where I prepare slides, which then also can be used on the local level during your team meetings to say, hey, we did this on the international level. I want to build a buddy system and a WhatsApp group so that the presidents can communicate really easily. And in the end, I hope that for all the pillars, we get support from the board supporters. Hello. And I would like to have facilities also for space for feedback and ideas. Coming to my third pillar, institutional partners. They're really important for us because together with them, we can advocate for common topics to stakeholders. And therefore, I would like to strengthen and maintain the contact with the DAD, VDSE, and European School, but additionally build up contact with the Free Association of Students, the higher rector conferences, and the European Digital Education Hub. They are drivers for important discussions where we're expert, so I think we should join these discussions. And yeah, should be aligned with the 3-year strategy and the advocacy strategy in the end. Thank you. Coming to my last point, strengthening and representing network. As you saw, I did already a lot of representation, but I would like to apply to represent the international students, because we are the voice of the international students. I represent you, the volunteers, and ES in Germany, and the local sections toward the stakeholders. I would like to be actively involved during the discussions on the national and international level, so driving the discussions, and additionally building resources and guides also for local sections on the education level and the education field. And lastly, I would like to have a clear communication and exchange of ideas, and through this have a culture of transparency and inclusivity. And yeah, with these 4 pillars, these are my ideas for Eastern Germany. Thank you, and please reach out to me, because I believe through the exchange of ideas and discussions, we can develop a network together.
Perfect. Thank you. Can I ask Teresa to come up front, because now we are starting with the joint Q&A session. So now is your time to ask those beautiful applicants all the questions you have, to both, to just one of them. Still, also for you, if you have the feeling there was a question already asked in the candidates blog, please just mention it. I have it open, but we'll screen it as we only have this one, so please share this. Also, you won't talk at the same time, therefore. Perfect. Ollie's already ready, so he will walk around, and Luis has so Luis, Johan, and yes, okay, I got you. And yeah.
Luis, yes, in Göttingen. So, in the candidates blog was mentioned the lack of a treasurer and what you will be doing about the budgeting. First of all, I wanted to mention that the budgeting is a task of the entire board, not just the treasurer. But here the question is, if then for the next mandate, will you again have a budget that details where the expenses are supposed to be used or not, or will you adapt the more like a current budget of this mandate that just has numbers and no explanations?
Okay, I think to answer your question, I need like a look into the budget plan, also look again into the budget plan, and also adapt to the changes we want to make for the structure, how we manage the budget in the end. If we want to have more budget, for example, board supporters, then we have to adapt a little bit the budget. But I think I would be happy in the end to talk a little bit more to Samuel in the end to answer your question in the end correctly, in the way that you're happy.
Yeah, so from my point of view, the budget last year, while it was working from a technical point of view, it was really not easy to read, because again, it was this number with no explanation, and it also was a little bit of a hassle to discuss it in the National Assembly in Hamburg. So I believe any budget should be accompanied by.
No, not you, about them.
Oh, sorry. Hi. You were telling me to shut up.
Sorry. No, sorry.
I think any budget should be accompanied by a document that explains it and makes it accessible and understandable for everyone. But I also think the budget should be adapted, because it was very heavily focused on some aspects that have helped make this distance between the sections and the national board bigger. So I would like, with the restructuring of the support structures and with the redistribution of the workload, also have to come a redistribution of the budget.
Perfect.
I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. One thing I forgot to mention, also I would ask you to alternate who starts first with the upcoming next question. So then Johan was the next. Yeah.
Johan, Regional Coordinator Southeast, you both mentioned the stronger connection to the sections that you want to establish. And for me it would be interesting how you see the role of the Vice President, the regional coordinators, and the distribution of tasks between Vice President, President, and what the President should focus on.
Sorry, wait, Vice President of the local sections or of the national board? Okay, so yeah, it was discussed yesterday in the workshop about the 3-year strategic plan that maybe the Vice President has a very heavily loaded workload and a very full portfolio. So I think the Vice President has way too much work and too many tasks that need to be offloaded to HR officers. And I think the regional coordinators are also a very important part of the network that help with the communication between the sections and the national board. However, at the end of the day, the regional coordinators all communicate with the vice president. So we're trying to have a federalized system that is in the end centralized, depending on the shoulders of a single person. So I think we need to branch the tasks of the vice president in a way that this doesn't happen, and that more people can take care of this. I'm unsure what you refer to as with the load of the president.
No, with the national president, like the distribution of the contact to the sections between the vice president and the president, what the president's focuses on this in Germany.
So according to the portfolio, what I think is like the vice president should be the contact person for the sections on a regular basis, or if we manage if my proposal goes through, there will be also a spokesperson and HR officers and so on, but currently the vice president is the contact point, or I think the president should also be an approachable person that the sections feel comfortable contacting.
I would start with the regional coordinators. I think their work is really important, especially to try to glue or to stick the sections together and have a platform where they can exchange knowledge, ideas, and best practices, so to learn from each other. In the end, the regional coordinator should be kind of, I guess, maybe trained and also coordinated by the vice president, so the vice president is there to take care of the sections in the end and be the main person to be approachable from them, and the main contact person. And I think the president should be approachable for everyone, but I think the president is also the person who's representing in the end the network. So it's like in between, but I think like the main workload or the person who should be more approachable is the vice president in the end.
So the next one was here.
Hello, I'm Adel from MaiNAttan Erasmus Medizin Berlin. So my question is, are you guys currently involved in other organizations? Or are you guys affiliated with any other organizations? For example, political parties, but not limited to political parties, like scholarships, NGOs, and so on.
Yes, I am. I'm part of the Digital Changemaker Initiative. It's from the Hochschulforum Digitalisierung. So they try to empower students to be part of the discussion how and why the higher education institution area in Germany should transform and do more digitalization. But this mandate will end in summer, and I'm also part of like a student council in my university. Just because of my mandate as a president, it's really important that we also have contact with the other initiatives and student associations in our university. But no, I'm not part of any political party. Yes.
Hi. No, I'm not part of any political party, and I'm not an active member in any other association than ESN. I used to be an active member in an engineering council for blah 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 at the university. I, however, transferred my membership to not active member but observer, so I could focus on my ESN work.
Can I ask a second, or should I wait? You have you can ask a follow-up question.
It's not a follow-up question. It's a different question.
Since a lot of people already want to ask, I would refrain and let everyone. So after this Patrick, then we have Louis, we have what?
We need to write them down.
Yeah, I was Gabriel. Can I get my pen back? Actually. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Patrick.
Patrick, international guest. I've been working together with our presidents over the last couple of years quite closely, and therefore saw how important the whole topic of advocacy and external relations is for our network. And question for both candidates is that, are you already active in this area or in contact with our institutional partners? And maybe more importantly, have you talked with Gavin before about his experiences and his ideas in this area?
All right, so starting by the end, yes, I have had a talk with Gavin about this, and both of us, well, sorry, I'm going to speak for you. Both of us got the chance to speak with the head of the DAAD during the EGM, thanks to Gavin. We had a joint meeting with Gavin and Isi as well, so that was quite nice. Other than that, I've been in contact with DAAD as far as I have been able to, thanks to this DAAD prize and to the ties that my university has. So I was also in I had some meetings with the education senator of Hamburg through the technical university. But that's as far as that goes in that sense and functionally as of now, but I'm really looking forward to having more contact in this.
Yes, so we discussed a bit with Gavin ideas to institutional partners, of course, to the DAD, so but more through emails. I also joined the annual lay meeting last year, so I also met some of the representatives there, and yeah, in the end, I don't know if you can say institutional partners, but at least to the president and vice president for education at my university, I have a good contact who take part in the end of the rector conferences. So I think this type of a good connection. Yes.
Next one, Luis.
Luis, yes, in Göttingen. A topic that I actually did not see any of you mention during applications or presentation will be professionalization of this in Germany or a secretariat, which is a topic that constantly comes on. Have you thought about laying the plans and the basis for a future secretariat of ES in Germany?
Sorry, can you repeat the first part of the question? Internationalization of ES in Germany? No.
Professionalization. Sorry for my accent.
Yes, first a comment.
I think the question needs to be clarified. He is asking.
Name and section.
Name and section, Gavin, current national president. I want to clarify what Lewis is asking. He is asking if we want to have a paid office with full-time employees in Germany, and if we can start working to there, how we would pay for them, where we could do this, and the finances, how this can run.
Thank you for clarifying, Philip. No, I don't think that ES in Germany is right now in the position that we can think about a secretariat and professionalize this. I think with the start of the project manager, so applying for grants, we have a great start. And if we can continue applying for more grants and have like a stable income, let's say, of grants, I think then in the future we can think about to have a secretariat and paid staff members. But for now, no.
I completely agree. Well, I think it's a great idea, and it's something that really works really well for other national organizations. I also believe that ES in Germany needs to work a lot on structure, the sections becoming actually strong, establishing a position with institutional partners and other partners, grants, getting everything rolling before we can actually take the jump into something like this.
Perfect. Next, I have Leonie on my list. After this, Gavin.
Hello, Leonie is from Mannheim. I have a question for Philip and also for Teresa. First, Philip. So I mentioned that you answered a question on Slido like two hours before the deadline was over, and I want to ask you what's the reason behind. So because I think the time management is for President really good and important. Thank you.
Yeah, that's true. I answered the question really late because I'm currently really involved. Like I have a lot of workload because of my student job. I'm organizing a one-day conference. You can imagine like a mini EGM. So we invited different workshop facilitators, different booth, and in the end, it's a high workload together with my colleague. And I thought it was a procedural question, so I think we want to follow-up question. Yeah, and it's 1 week, and it's the day of teaching is from the vice president, so there's high pressure on me. And during the time where the questions were open, I had like a list or like a Google Docs where I answered the question and updated them day by day. And then I said, okay, in the end, you can read them anyways before the NA. So I said, okay, I will upload them on Wednesday before the deadline.
Yeah,
I have a follow-up question. Okay, what about your student job in the next year? So are you like planning to do this as well? And yes, so could you handle this like a president of ES in Germany and like to have a student job? It would take time, a lot of time.
Yes, I can handle this. This is 10 hours per week normally, but because of the conference, normally for each conference, you know, like 2-3 weeks before the conference, it's getting really tight because you have to be available for all the persons. You should be reachable. So if somebody calls you like, hey, I have a question. I need energy because I want to have like a screen on my booth. Then you're like, okay, you contact the event manager. You're like, hey, we need wires. And then you're like, okay. Then you have to print everything. You have to communicate really well. You have to go maybe into different councils, different departments to really say, hey, please come to our day of teaching. It's really important. We're discussing AI and student actors in the university field. Yes, so I think I can manage this because it's just now for this semester the conference, and later on I take part of different stuff, portfolios in the end.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask a question or not?
No.
Okay.
Next would be Gavin, but I said put you on the list. Can somebody give the microphone to Gavin?
Yes. Can I ask my fun questions? So because Gavin, current national president, thank you. Because advocacy is such a large part of the portfolio, I prepared a little case study about this, right? Because advocacy is the main area of the president. So I texted this question to both of the members yesterday, so they had a little bit of time to prepare. And the question is as follows. One of the main priorities of the president for your mandate will be the Erasmus Plus budget for 2028-2034, the new program generation. Without the budget, there's less Erasmus returnees means less volunteers and weaker sections, weaker national organizations, and a weaker ESN. So while the vice president can work a lot to strengthen the sections, this is a way for the president to also strengthen the sections through a long feedback loop. For the Erasmus budget to send the same amount of people away in 2028 compared to 2027, we will need to triple the budget. So we're going to do either bad or worse, but we need to triple the budget. The person voting on this is the Bundesfinanzminister, and part of the ESN international plan for the national presidents is that they will have to set up meetings with the national finance minister. So my question was to them, how are you going to set up a meeting with the national finance minister? How would you use your methodology to try and get this meeting arranged?
All right, so theoretically we only have 1 minute to answer each question, so I will try to keep it short. If you have any further follow-up questions, I will be happy to answer them after this. So, on a smaller level, I think my experience have been to get in contact with Uni Hamburg and getting to be a lay there, or being in talks of being a lay there has prepared me for this in the sense that I can better draft a strategy. I think having to say, okay, I need a meeting with the national finance representative, minister, is a very unrealistic goal from the beginning. However, reaching to the state finance ministers or senators is an achievable goal, especially since I already have the contact with the education senator office in Hamburg. And honestly, the best way to do this is reaching through the people who are also related to this, right? So reaching out to the DEADE, to Europe Direct, to all the people who have ties to these associations and these institutions, and this is valid for the national finance ministers or for anyone we want to contact. And it's very important to have a plan, not just go there and say, hey, we need money, we need triple the money some years from now, but to have a plan with what they need, what we can offer, their strengths and their weaknesses, and really try to leverage our options and tell them that we have what they want because they have what we want. So, your turn.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the second part, maybe the convincing is maybe a little bit easier. We have a lot of data, so you and we all collect a lot of data with the ESN survey, so I think this is something really good we can use. In the end, also, currently for the European election, the FDP really say, okay, we want to strengthen the Erasmus Plus program. I think so we can highlight that because, sorry, the Bundesfinanzminister, the national finance minister, is from the FDP. So I think we should strengthen this and say, hey, you put this in your election documents. I think to set up a meeting, I like high goals. It's a really nice idea to think about it. I have different ways, maybe how and who we can approach. I think what already Teresa mentioned, to collect all the voices who are related to the Erasmus Plus program. So there are a lot of other organizations. I named already Free Association of Students. They are also talking a lot about Erasmus and the university alliances. We have EJ, we have Jeff. So there are also organizations, youth organizations, who really want to increase, I think, the budget for the Erasmus Plus. So what I can imagine is maybe either drafting a policy proposal together with them, or setting up a conference, or to say, hey, we have a meeting, and therefore we invite the important stakeholders. Maybe it's possible to invite Christian Lindner, maybe not, but maybe it's possible to invite people under him. And in the end, what is maybe also possible to try to approach people from the finance ministry, because they have maybe events, they have open days, so try to talk to people, and often I think talking to people, doors opens, and now I have to shut up.
Just come to
Yeah, thanks. So next we have our French guest. Johan, I have you on the list, but they were before you.
So Rémi, president of ESN France. So as you know, ESN Germany and ESN France are buddy countries. What do you know about the collaboration between our two national boards, and how do you see the future of this collaboration regarding the topic of project activities and also in front of institutions?
So what I know is that before COVID there was a regular meeting where they met regularly. Afterwards, after COVID, unfortunately, there was not so much communication, and I think now the last year they tried to build it up again. And I think it's really important also because of the history to stay in contact and to work together. I think what Dirk mentioned yesterday already, so try to maybe to find grants for projects together, maybe a training day or an education day. Yes, this is something I can imagine.
Hi. So yes, I know we're buddy countries. I also know that there is this program where sections in Germany can have buddy sections in France. I know we have had really close contact. And for example, at EGMs, there are meetings between French National Board and German National Board to talk about topics and everything. I also have to say, this is something that maybe being from Hamburg doesn't really get to the top of Germany, because we know more maybe about the cooperations we have with ES in Netherlands and so on. So I think one really nice step to take would be to make it more official. So I don't only hear this when I come to the south, but so everyone in ES in Germany is aware of this cooperation, and maybe people in the south can also learn more about ES in Netherlands. But I think ES in Germany can learn a lot from ES in France, since you have a very clear established structure and you have a lot of professionalization, which is what Louis was talking about. So I think having regular meetings and close contact is a must for ES in Germany to be able to reach the goals that we want to set in the future years.
Then we have, sorry, I'm really bad with names. No, not yet. You two, not Adele, in orange, yes, but Adele was raising his hand. I have you on the list. After this, Matthias, then Johan, then Florian. So the list is long, I'm sorry, be patient.
Hi, my name is Jeroen. I'm here, international guest, and I wanted to ask you, you presented very nice plans for your network in Germany. Of course, one of the main tasks as well of your presidency is to represent your country at the international level. And in the past, we've seen that the German have a very strong internal structure and they do their own thing a bit, but it sometimes fails to align a lot with the ESN international plans. So I wanted to ask you a bit, what is your plan for this? Do you think it's better to focus on internal matters or to align better with the international level? And mainly, what is the key project or thing on the international level going on right now that you think is very important to also implement in Germany?
So I think that's a little bit of a tricky question. It's my turn to answer, right? Okay, sorry. I think that's a little bit of a tricky question because focusing on internal matters and aligning with ES International is not mutually exclusive, and I think they actually need to go hand in hand. So my proposal on restructuring ES in Germany has the goal of following the best practices of other NOs. So other national organizations with similar size have very different structures and much more board support, many more teams, and so on. So that is why my proposal goes in this direction, because over the EGM and meetings with other NOs and other international guests and so on, I've seen that like what ES in Germany lacks is taking the best practices of the countries around us and really implementing them. For example, ES in France, but also, for example, ES in Italy, ES in Spain, that I'm of course in contact with, and also other countries around. So I think keeping contact with the other national organizations is very important and is a key in order to be able to focus on the internal matters of ES in Germany. Was there a second part of the question?
Yeah, what do you think is the most important topic from international level that you want to implement in Germany, currently playing?
The most important topic on the international level. So I'm not sure if you're referring to something that maybe is discussed at any of the GAs or something like this. But yeah, the most important thing that I want to do is bring out everything that everyone around us is doing good and implement it. That is my main priority. I mean, apart from the general portfolio, of course.
I think we should, of course, focusing on the internal structure of ES in Germany, but I don't think that we be less active on the international level. I think it's really important that we stay active, cooperate together with the other NOs, maybe something like proposal during the GA in Ankara, so we have like a proposal together, something I can imagine depending on the topic. And therefore I would be happy to discuss with the VP and also the other board members how we can restructure or how we can implement new structures, so working on the internal view of ES in Germany, and at the same time being able to represent ES in Germany internationally. And I think because the EGR project is ending, which is one of the biggest projects, probably the new Erasmus Plus budget is one of the biggest topics where we should try to get involved, get more knowledge, and then in the end to advocate or maybe talk to the Bundesfinanzminister.
Thanks. So next we have Matthias on my list. Also, I have 9 more people on my list and 5 minutes officially, but it's still an important topic. So, are there more burning questions? Otherwise, I would close. 2 times. Yeah, your name is on the list. Yeah, your name is also on the list. Don't you worry. Your names are on the list, so I would close the speakers list. Everyone who's on my list will get a chance. Any objections? No? Okay, thanks. Then the speakers list is officially closed. And Matthias, please.
Matthias, listen to me, Munich. I have a question for Teresa. So your main priority is focusing a lot on things that is in the portfolio of the VP and the portfolio of the communication manager. Is there a reason you still applied for president?
I actually thought maybe this question would come, and I have the portfolio of both the president and the vice president here. And I actually disagree. I don't think any of this is in the portfolio of the vice president, because the vice president is supposed to take care of the section onboarding, human resources, and region development. None of these points are any of my focus. However, the vice president, the president has in the portfolio external representation, institutional partners, representation towards ES international, administrative leadership, and organization of the national level. I think when we talk about I want to focus on internal matters of ES in Germany, people think I am focusing on section onboarding, section care, which are the tasks of the VP, and that I'm sure are going to be very well taken care of by any of the candidates that we have. What I want to focus on is the 2 parts, so half of the portfolio of the president, the entire portfolio, but with a strong attention to the half that says administrative leadership and organization of the national level. So that is my reason for applying for the president position and not for the vice president one.
Thank you. Next would be Florian, then we have Johan, then we have Adele.
Hi, Flo is in Karlsruhe. I have a, well, first of all, thank you for answering all the questions in the candidates blog. That was really helpful. I think most of the questions have been answered. Just one thing, one specific question to Philip, because in your motivational letter, there was one thing that struck my eye immediately, but that wasn't mentioned in the candidates blog, and neither didn't you elaborate in the presentation. And that's regarding the tackling of student housing and I don't know the correct how you phrase it, but you want to have a mutual kind of study time. Well, yeah, and as a follow-up question, do you think this is like the most relevant topic at the moment? Because it was like a core point in your motivation letter.
I will answer the second question first. I think it is one of the most important things, but I don't think we should focus on this right now. Coming to your first question, I mentioned this in the presentation. So for example, in the advocacy strategy, I want to tackle these challenges. So housing is something, and also student volunteering or recognition of student volunteering is an issue in Germany. And I would put it down on the advocacy strategy, but it's depending on the workload and maybe also on the other board members. What do we think as a board should be the highest priority in the end? And to draft like a policy proposal or something else, I think there's a lot of work being done beforehand actually until we can draft this policy proposal, for example, for student housing. But I would like to start contact, for example, Studierendenwerk, where we engage in this topic. So I would just like to set like a base also for the next president to work on this topic then. But I'm pretty sure I will not can finish this project during this mandate.
So there was a comment from Luis, then there's also a comment from Florian. Also, again, I would ask to also try to keep the answer and question time a little bit shorter. Thank you.
Wait, follow-up question on that topic, which will cover one of my questions. Because yeah, so you mentioned in the housing approach in Studentenwerk, but at least as far as I'm aware, usually the problem with the lack of housing is that institutions like Studentenwerk don't have money to build more housing. So even if you tell them that there's the need of more housing, if they don't have the money, there's no way for them to realize more habitation. So how do you think that you could help with that?
I think there are different ways. For example, in Switzerland, they're building student dorms up to supermarkets. So this is something maybe we can try to focus on with the Studentenwerk. I think it's something together with the Studentenwerk, finding ways how to make accommodation affordable, especially for exchange students. Maybe find ways how to have a system in the end in student dorms that exchange students get maybe like 100 spots each semester. So it's possible for the exchange students yet to get an accommodation in the end when they apply for Germany, and not that they would want to study maybe in Göttingen and they got accepted, but in the end couldn't find an accommodation.
Does this answer your Then
may I clarify, I guess?
Sure.
The question is that Studentenwerk does not have the money to build more infrastructure. So
yeah, okay. Of course, advocate to the ministries, to the different Bundesländer, I'm sorry, to focus more on housing problems. I think housing problem is something that the politicians are aware of, and especially for students. When you look at the prices and then in the end advocate, talk to people, and try to have like a common statement together with all the other organizations and youth organizations. And maybe through the National Youth Council, it's possible to have a statement together.
Okay, thank you. Do you still have your comment? Okay. Then we have next Johan and then Adele.
Question to Teresa. During your presentation, you said that you want to do the advocacy in the voice of the sections, mainly in the voice of the sections. And from my experience, I know that in our section and in some other sections, we don't really discuss national strategies. So we don't discuss how we want to approach the DAAD in the name of Germany, or how to approach institutions outside of ESN. So my question would be, how do you combine this advocacy in the voice of the sections with an own strategy and own vision for ESN Germany, and what would be your vision to approach other NOs and other bodies in Germany and Europe?
So, yeah, I know advocacy is not one of the main pain points for local sections, and I'm also aware that, for example, local presidents are not especially involved in advocacy and representation because they normally focus on solving their own section problems. However, I think that even though this is the case, the people that might be interested in advocacy also don't get a clear flow of information. So there is a lack of flow of information, of course, from ESN International to the local sections, but in my opinion also from ESN Germany to the local sections. So my point is not to force the local sections to give opinions on topics that maybe they don't have an opinion or they don't have the time, because that would just burden the sections, but to give to open the communication channels and to offer the safe spaces for education, or to educate the sections and the interested people, and for the people who are interested to voice their concerns.
There's a follow-up.
But then, what's your own vision and your own goal for ESN Germany regarding the contact to other bodies, other institutions in Germany and in Europe? Try to keep it as short as possible. Please.
All right. So we can speak about this later. But I think for ESN Germany, it's incredibly important to establish a place under their place of importance within the institutions. Because right now, ESN Germany, in the eyes of the institutions, is not as important as, let's say, ESN France in the eyes of the French national institutions. So we need to strengthen the cooperation, we need to show that we're a professional network, and we need to strengthen the cooperation. I would rather focus on quality over quantity, so really having deep connections in which we are valued and we are seen as important, rather than reaching out to 1,000 different small institutions and in the end having weak links with all of them.
Great. Next would be Adele.
Yeah, I'm Adele from ESN Erasmus in Berlin. In one sentence, and in your own opinion, what is for you the most crucial topic during your time as president?
Is it your turn or is it my turn?
Let Philip start and then
Local president or national president?
National president, the position you're applying for, basically.
I would say the president's community.
Strengthening ESN Germany as a national organization internally so we can thrive externally.
Nice. Yep, thank you. Then next would be Nina.
Good morning.
Hey, Nina from the NB. So I hope you both know that being the president is a lot of work, because I've seen Gavin do a lot, also spending maybe 30 to 40 hours working on all the projects. So this question is for both of you. So Teresa, I know you're doing a PhD and you are also in the student group. Are you aware that the workload is 40 hours, and do you have time to manage that next to your other things?
Hi, thank you for the question. So upon speaking with Gavin, rather than 40 hours, I had 30. In any case, I'm aware of the workload and I am absolutely capable of dealing with it. Yes, I'm doing a PhD, but due to the nature of my PhD, I am extremely flexible with time. It doesn't really matter if I work at 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. So I have a lot of time in the day that I can shift around and work on this. Moreover, over all this time, I have been carrying 2 local board positions, Rhine Rhapsody OC, COSES team, head of OC for DNA. All in all, I am used to spending about 25 to 35 hours a week on ESN, or 20 to 25 on a regular basis, 30 to 35 on stressful weeks. So I'm aware of this, I'm able to tackle the workload.
Yes, I'm also aware of the workload. As I said, I stepped down from all the student bodies I am part of, so there will be more free time, and I think I experienced already a bit how it could be to be president, because for example in April I went each weekend to one of the different events, also from ESN or related to the ESN topic, so EGM, European Student Assembly, and afterwards to the policy dialogues. I know that there's a lot of workload, a lot of traveling also involved, and I think I can manage this, yes.
Perfect, thank you. Leonie. Oh yeah, she's preparing her question, I see.
Leonie is Anissa Mannheim, hi. I have a question for Teresa. Philip just mentioned several specific goals that you would like to achieve. What is your personal opinion of these proposals?
Sorry, can you specify?
So maybe you can list them again, like because you have like bullet points of what you want to achieve. Yes.
Are you talking about a specific pillar, or like all the pillars in total?
Like give me like 3 of the points you like want to share, and then Teresa could talk about it.
I think in the president's community and advocacy strategy.
So I talk about advocacy strategy and president's community. All right. So I will keep it short, I promise. So as part of my advocacy plan, I want to strengthen the communication that reaches the section and the local members, and I want to make sure that we do have a strategy, yes, but that is not based on having a manpower, people power, that we do not currently have, on having a strong national organization or a strength as a national organization that we don't currently have. So I want to make sure that anything that we do in the terms of strategy is reachable, it's realistic, and it is not going to be actually worse for ESN Germany than it would have been otherwise. Regarding the president's community, I think it's an idea that I like a lot. I would like to bring back more president calls. However, I also think that local presidents have a lot of workload on their own, so I would like to structure it in a way in which it actually takes workload off their shoulders rather than putting an extra meeting that they have to work towards. So having Q&A, best practices, and really making their life easier rather than giving them more work that they have to do.
Okay, thank you. Next would be Luis, and just again, like a reminder, please, we need to hurry up a little bit, but still I want to make the room for your questions.
How many left? 4, 5.
Okay, Luis, this was your last, because you said this for
Exactly. Luis, yes, in Göttingen, so this one is just for Teresa. Because you mentioned establishing achievable goals that can be measured, will then the next NB each position be presenting which goals they achieve or not? And then do you believe that might be counting a bit as shaming people that did not achieve all the goals that they were set to, or can instead instigate them to work a bit more?
Oh my God, I love that question. So this is, sorry, I'm passionate about this. So this is something that we did in my local group as well, that is setting clear goals. When you are just working towards making the world better and solving world hunger, you don't actually accomplish anything because you don't know what the next steps are. My proposal is to set realistic goals, but also set step by step. Like, okay, we want to get there, so we need to come like 3 steps forward first. Measuring the progress is also a great way of seeing, am I working enough? Am I not working enough? But also, are there problems? So, for example, when becoming an FAO, it was not a matter of, oh, it took us so long, we're just not working enough, but oh, it took us so long, why is it? We have external problems, with whom? Make a list, contact them directly. That's why after 6 years of trying, we were able to become an FAO. Best in luck to Stuttgart. I think we also need to eliminate the stigma that, like, if you don't reach your goals, it's because you failed. If you don't reach your goals, it's because your goals were not achievable or because there were problems in the way. Right now there's a stigma where if there is a problem, in order not to be shamed about it, we brush the problem away, we hide it under a rug, and then mysteriously problems become bigger instead of disappearing. And that's something that I have been seeing in the national level, I have been seeing in the last years, and that's something that I want to change structurally. If there are problems, we speak about it, we go back to our goals, we go back to our problems, we track it down, we update it, we move forward, we document it so things don't happen again, and we can actually learn from the mistakes that others have made and not make them again. Sorry.
Don't you worry, all good. Thank you. Next would be Patrick, then we have Janus and Remy.
Thank you very much, Patrick, international guest. Actually, this is connected to another question that was asked before. So the position as president is all about building and strengthening connections, both outside our network, so the AD, other partners, and inside other national organizations, international levels, stuff like that. Questions to both candidates. Did you talk to the previous or still current international board, so not board support structures, but international board, about their vision for the network? And if so, how and where do you see the role of Eastern Germany in this vision?
Yes, I talked to the international board. As I said, I was in Brussels, and I also met Rita, the president of Eastern International, already during the education community meetings. And I think I have an idea about her ideas and vision about ESN, but I think there are still some points also about the European University Alliance, that still have to be discussed, and I think this could be, for example, something where we here in Germany can get involved in the end.
So I have talked with Rita, but I don't think I ever did more than like chit-chat with her. However, I have been in close contact with Juan, the previous president of ESN International, and with Yanis, the previous vice president for, I don't remember, vice president for governance, yes, thank you. And I think, yes, there are goals, blah, blah, blah. I think the main takeaway that I always take is that ESN Germany is such a big national organization with so many members, so many sections, and still so little gets out of ESN Germany. So I think the general impression that we give is that we're a smaller NO than we actually are, and the vision that they would like, or what I've gotten from them, is that ESN Germany needs to really stand up and take the space that belongs to the size of ESN Germany. And that's why my focus is what I presented.
Thank you. Next would be Janus.
Hi, so Janus is in Darmstadt and National Board Supporter. My question is about the National Board Supporters. There have been some... No, I would say after the last mandate, like how to work with or include national board supporters was a topic, and my feeling is that this topic maybe was not completely solved during this mandate. What are your plans on how to include and work with your board supporters, like quite concrete?
Thank you. So, as you see, I focus a lot of restructuring. That includes not only new board support, but also revising all the positions. I'm making sure that the workload is evenly distributed, so there are not some board supporters that have no work and find themselves wondering, what am I doing? And some others that have so much workload that they cannot actually go with it. But also, I want to tackle the problem of reward of board supporters. And actually making sure that board supporters, but also regional coordinators, AB and other groups are treated fairly, and that's where the restructuring of the budget also comes in following the restructuring of the support structures.
Gavin has a comment. Is it before? Okay. Then.
This is a comment because I love Jonas so much. Yes, this is something that happened in our applications last year, and I see this happening in the applications this year, not just the president's applications, also others. But you mentioned in your candidacy, oh, we're going to create a board supporter for this and a board supporter for that. And that kind of is what happened last year, and I want everybody to be aware that I think it's useful to evaluate the structure that is done within the board as well, and then to slowly build on and to evaluate the work we're going to do. Because saying we'll create board supporters for this is not doing our work ourselves, and it comes with difficulties in trying to expand the national level to a size that might be almost too big for it.
Thanks, Gavin. So, Philip.
I would talk more about like the board supporters of the president's role. So I think I would keep the board supporters, the current positions, and maybe I think about to add a new one. So splitting the AAD and VDSE, because I think we need better contact with the AAD. So I have just one board supporter for this position. And what I learned or experienced from the president, like being a president of ESN Berlin, is that you need clear goals or like clear task description for the board supporters, and in the end also like clear communication. So having feedback rounds, asking how's the workload, and then in the end also deal with personal issues is something that we have to tackle in the end. And
thank you. So last question, Amy, please.
So, Remy, ESN France president, for both of you. As a president, you will have a strong role of leading, coordination, and care of the national board and support position, even close sometimes to of a role of psychologist, I think. And how would you deal in case of interpersonal conflict between members of the board? And if you meet personal issues during your mandate, that it can happen to everyone, and it happened to me, for example, how would you do to preserve yourself while keeping the board working and the project going?
it's a tough question. What I experienced also from working abroad, so working just in the digital world, is something like a code of conduct for the communication. So how you want to communicate in the end is something really important, and where you also can say, hey, we agreed on this type of code of conduct, how we communicate, so please try to make sure that we follow this code of conduct. I think what I liked is feedback rounds, so the president asking each member individual during meetings, how's everything going on, just like a little chat, maybe also informal, and in the end also as a whole board. And if there's something like, the second question was like, if a conflict happens, I hope I can solve the problem alone, and if I don't, I hope I can reach out to members from the sections, or I think more to the AB, to work out to be a problem solver or like a conflict solver for us.
Hi, thank you. So if I, what I said about hiding the problems under the rug also applies to personal relationships. And in my opinion, leaving something grow until it needs to be tackled is a sign that it is too late for it to be tackled. So what I have tried to do, or what I have done in my local board, is the moment there seems to be tension, there seems to be a little spark of a conflict, it is very important to have a one-on-one conversation with both parties, see how they both feel, try and mediate. However, if there like actual conflicts arise, I think we can, or I would definitely reach out to the people who are competent to mediate in a conflict, such as the AB. Also the alumni have a conflict mediation and conflict resolution system. So I think there are many tools and resources that we can use. The most important thing is to start from the beginning and not let things grow, because then there will be a point where things are too late to be solved.
Perfect. So, perfect. Thank you. There's a comment.
Procedural.
Procedural, yes. Yes. Thank you.
Torben here in Berlin. So, in my opinion, it's super disturbing, the constant coming and leaving in the room.
Yeah, actually, I already asked the OC that they would stop that, but since I have to do this, I couldn't. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe to finish that point, so the question is whether we can all agree on to reduce that to the minimum amount. I know the question round was quite long, but for the future candidates to keep the respect, and at least for the presentation, the 7 minutes to completely stop it, that they don't get disturbed in their limited time.
Yeah, thank you. Like I said, I tried to communicate this with DOC, and I don't know, but can I ask you to do this so far until DOC comes back to me?
I mean, we put already signs outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I'm standing here.
Thank you.
Security.
Yeah, I will be more strict about this. Thank you. Okay, you can leave. Thank you for the Q&A. Amazing. Now we are going to continue with no delay. Yeah, please, everyone, get a seat fast. But until then, I would already ask Giuseppe to come up front. Yes. Thank you. So, please sit down. Fast, faster, fastest, perfect. Giuseppe, this is your stage. Please give us your presentation. Sorry, and just wait a second.
Pro. There we go. Hi people, hi everyone. I am Giuseppe. I'm delivering my presentation for the Vice President position. There we go. Okay, something about me. I'm from Italy, from a very little place relatively close to Naples, but Naples is by the sea. I'm surrounded by mountains. I'm 28 years old. I'm currently completing my master's degree in sociology. My main focus is economic sociology, political economy, also with courses on quantitative analysis, data analysis, statistics, and things like that. I previously achieved a bachelor degree, still in sociology, but my portfolio was more in anthropology and communication. I achieved it cum laude, and my thesis got also published on a scientific journal of sports and social sciences. I did my Erasmus here in Frankfurt, in this university, but maybe not all of you know that I did my Erasmus here twice, because I did it in my bachelor, but then pandemic happened, and then I really wanted to apply again for Frankfurt for my master's. So I came for 1 semester, then I extended for 2 semesters, then basically I never left, just to go to see my family. At the moment, I'm doing an internship in a big bank in the headquarters. I'm in the general management and corporate communication department. And next year, I will be doing a traineeship in a central bank, let's say. So I had quite a nice journey playing football. I played in the highest division in the youth league. And I also played in the senior Serie B, that is like Bundesliga 2. I mean, I never played a match, but I was in the team. So one thing I like of me, I'm really stubborn. One thing I don't like of me, that sometimes I become too serious, and I alternate with a trait of myself that is also really crazy and stupid. So I alternate between these 2 points. Okay, what I did in ESN, I started as a newbie in ESN Turin. Then I came here for Erasmus, and I became
active member during my Erasmus. I candidated last year and currently cover the position of event manager. I went to the EGM Bucharest, I've been to 3 NA, 2 LPs, and I am UC of the current NA in Frankfurt. What I did in Frankfurt as an ESNer, I mostly took care of the welcome weeks since in my Erasmus and also, of course, in this year. Went twice to spring break, Rhine Rhapsody, National Erasmus Games. We are also going to Poland to the International Erasmus Games to represent Germany. 5 camping trips. We went 3 or 4 times to the ECB. Last time I was main person in charge. We brought 65 students. I also asked for more collaboration with them because it's a very big and nice institution here in Frankfurt. So I think we should cooperate and do more things together. They answered positively about that, and we will see it. Okay, then Language Cafe, Board Night, and the CV weekend. I really like that initiative. Okay, some pictures, Budapest, the ECB. Oh, what I did. Sorry.
There's a button there, you can turn off the presentation.
Okay. So, yeah, so this is to show still our section. As you can see, it's quite a big section, so I think this is one of the points of strength of my application. I think that in 2 years, in a local level, I have seen a lot. We have been through changing of the statute, safety issues, discussion, events, day trips, everything. So I think in that direction I can be helpful to the sections. And I've been quite active in the regional, in the national and international, I mean, with the EGM only. The third point is that, do I think that I know everything about the VP? I mean, I know the portfolio, etc. I had my call with Isabel. I have had the call with the national board for the next call. But I've not been a national board yet, or like a board supporter. So I need to learn that part, but that's, I think, a point of strength, because that's why I'm applying, because I really want to learn, and I really want to learn more about that. So, yeah. Okay, team-related activities and achievements, I've said, changing of the statute. We implemented an OC structure for the events and for the long day trips that worked pretty good in the Netherlands. I did take care, since last year, of join us events to refresh our community. And we have a newbies group of 40 people that I think is really nice to have always new people involved. We strengthened cooperation with university. We very often I went to present our team and DSN to the incoming students in plenaries, etc. Okay, the 2 last slides. So my ideas and my motivation, that is the last slide. Okay, so the first one is very basic, so proactively helping the sections. The second one is an idea that I already had since at least the LP in Stuttgart, that was like making up before the semester strategy for helping the sections and sharing all the tips that are like making our job great with the incoming students ahead of schedule. Third point, how to FAO. I've seen that some sections are not yet an FAO, and I think I would like to help out and facilitate that process also for applicant sections. Then board support and regional coordination to be put at the center of the projects. And then data analysis, resolution quality. In the call that I had with Isabel, I got to know that there is a lot of data that could be analyzed. I basically studied that, so I think I can be helpful also for other things. Okay, last slide, my motivation. So my motivation has been my Erasmus, and ESN is for me family. And I don't know, probably because I'm Italian, I still need to be always surrounded by at least 50 people. So ESN is perfect for me. And I also think that volunteering is an important aspect of society. But my biggest motivation is the people here in this picture that are my Erasmus friends. So when I think about ESN, I think that the incoming students are just like me and like them that are coming to Germany to have a good time like I had. So this is why my focus will be to be people-centered and student-committed. Thank you for your attention.
let's see, are there anyone outside who we can let in right now? Nope, perfect. So next application. Interesting. How can I get normal? What did you do? Perfect.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, perfect. You have 7 minutes 30 and you can start.
Hi, my name is Marco and I welcome you to my application as a Vice President for the ES in Germany section. Well, I will start with the topics. It's about me at the beginning, so you will get to know me. Then I will continue about the facts about me. I will then talk about my motivation, and then at the end I will finish up my presentation with the goals I want to achieve. So, I will start with me. Hi, I am 24 years old. I was born and raised in Hanover. My mom's Peruvian, my father's Italian, so you can see like Peruvian country there at the forum, and then also Italy, and I was raised in Germany, so this forms my body, so this is kind of a representation of myself. As you can see, I don't study graphic design, which is okay. So, I was raised in Italian and Spanish, so if you have any questions about the Spanish or Italian language, I am pretty sure that Teresa and Giuseppe can help you out. I'm studying in Hildesheim. I'm studying in International Communication and Translation. I will finish up my bachelor this semester, and I'm planning to study in Hanover, since now I'm part of ES in Hanover, and I will aim to become a teacher for kids with special needs. I also love making music, and I also love listening to music. That's basically my hobby. I just go around and listen to music while not looking at everything else. I'm also part of a dance group over here. We're called Blank, and we're a dance group also dancing some competitions for K-pop. And my favorite animal is the sunfish. Then I will continue with the ESN experience and facts about me. I started my journey in 2019 in Hildesheim, where I started studying. I also went abroad to Turku in Finland, and I was part there, yes, thank you, for 2 months as a volunteer as well. That's why I have the shirt as well here. And now, starting from April on, I am part in Hanover. I'm really proudly an active member there. During my journey, I've been the Vice President during the COVID semester, summer semester 2020. And then on, I've been the President in Hildesheim, for a total of 3.5 years. For the Germans, it's around 7 Deutsche Mark. And also, I am proudly a member of the Educate Startup Program 2024. Educate is a training program where ESN volunteers are learning how to facilitate a workshop, also learning how to do their tasks easier or like easily during their mandate in ESN in general as a volunteer in the local, national, and international section. And I'm really happy that I have lovely people there that I met, that are also watching me here, that are in the room or online, so thank you for being part of my journey as well. Then I would like to continue with my motivation. My first and most important motivation are you guys, the volunteers. So the main motivation why I'm standing here is the reason that you're sitting here, that you really love what you do, like each of one of you. The energy, the passion is seen that you do, that you love to change people, that you want to do some events for people. It is wonderful, and that keeps me going, and I really want to, of course, the cliche part, give back. Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for being part of DNA, and also thank you for each one of you to be part of my journey as well, because of you guys are here, I will stand here. I will continue with the memories. Of course, we will plan big events like the spring break. We are part of something big, even though we're just like a small part, we all matter, each individually. And also we can create memories that can also turn out into core memories. Speaking of core memories, also pictures we cannot delete from the internet anymore. This is an official picture, by the way, so it's a template, and at least you can see that I'm not wearing wigs, so that's something. And also my last motivation is the really lovely motivation for me, it is the friendship. I really love that we can design our own future, that we can define our happiness. And the best part about it is that I can share it with the loved ones. I will then continue with my goals. So why am I standing here? What do I want to achieve? I will start with the availability. So I want to, as a vice president, I want to be available. I want to tell you that I'm here. I am not better than anything else. I just want to be at the same level as you. I want to have a one-on-one conversation. So of course, how to do that? I also want to do some office hours. I know it sounds weird when I say like I want to be available but still have office hours, but I want to have a specific time, for example, twice a week, in total of 3 hours, where you can answer your question live. As in you have questions, I will be there for you. So if you have questions and concerns, we can do that there. Also, I want to prepare something for you. If you have any questions that doesn't really, where I'm not the expert of, I will prepare a sheet for you guys so you will know who to ask for what topic. If you still don't know who to ask, you can still ask me. I will research it and then redirect you to the person who's responsible for it. Because I don't know everything, sorry. And I can redirect it to the person who will be smart enough to answer it. Also, my plan for availability is to reach out to you. So instead of you people to come to national assemblies, I will plan to mobilize the national board, that they try to come to your LPs and also maybe to your sections if there are events happening. And also I will try to talk to the regional coordinators about that to reach that goal. I will continue with the feedback. I will gather feedback from the quality assurance tool we have, and from that on I will talk to the regional coordinators that also have information to see how your section is doing. If you're struggling, I will search for the information we got from sections that are doing good to maintain their progress, and also to learn from you guys what is going good, to mirror your expertise and your knowledge to struggling sections to help them out to maintain a good balance between all sections. I will continue with transparency. I want to make everything transparent, so everything what I'm doing, I also want to present to you. I'm not doing everything behind like curtains. I just want to show you that I'm doing things. Also, I would love to restart the NB calls, where you can also have an extra point where you can join us, ask us questions, and we're available there. So we meet up together, and then you can ask us as a board something. And then I would also like to share the minutes as well. I would also like to find a solution for the Slack, because we have just a few people there joining, and that's also a big problem for the transparency. I've talked to East in Switzerland, and they had the idea to share things at the drive. So instead of just us sharing the national board minutes, we can also share topics we would like to share, as in, for example, if you have task descriptions you would like to share to other sections where you want to know something, we can use a platform there. I'm looking forward to find a good platform for that, but I think we need to talk with the national board before having a good solution and a goal for that. And lastly, the backup. I wrote down more board supporters, but I would prefer no more board supporting. I will try to distribute, I'm aiming to distribute the workload on every national board member with board supporters. I'm always also looking for Isabel's ideas of the section care coordinator, because we have a lovely section care team, and I would like to support that with a section care supporter. And yes, I would like to also try to finish that sentence real quick. I would also like to distribute the workload we will have for the missing candidates for Financer and for the IT, which I am pretty sure that we will find lovely applicants for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianmarco. Now, Giuseppe, please come up to the front. We are moving to the Q&A. So, I would ask, especially also the people who ask questions, keep it as short as possible, on point, with as less extra explanation as possible. And also for you, please try to keep the answer as short as possible. You have maximum 1 minute, and I will track that. Okay, we have, I saw Luis, Johan, then Patrick, then Charlotte, thanks. Then where? There's a procedural? There's a procedural?
No, just
Question or procedural? Question, raise your hand. Procedural. Thanks. So, Charlotte, then Matthias. Luis, you can start already, yeah.
Great, yes, I'm getting it. So, a short question. Would you consider for the budget of next year to allocate the budget for the regional coordinators to travel to sections and better support them?
I'm pretty sure that to answer the question, I will talk about it with the regional coordinators, since I am sure that yet I do not have the expertise to know that now. I am pretty sure that the regional coordinators do have the knowledge, and I would like to talk with the current national board to give me more information about that, and I'm pretty sure I will answer you the questions in the future, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis, for the question. Same, I would like to hear from the regional coordinators. I would like generally to have more, to have more for them, but yeah, this is something that it would be needed to be figured out inside the board, and yeah, also about the budget, and yeah, hearing from the regional coordinators. So yeah, that's the answer.
Is this a follow-up? Okay, perfect. Yeah. Thanks. Great. Next would be Patrick.
Patrick, international guest. As we discussed during the last question round, the President's portfolio is more focused on representation of ES in Germany. Complementing this, the portfolio of VP is focused on internal matters of ESN. Question to both candidates. Where do you think ESN Germany needs to focus on, and if it's sustainable growth, so the health of our sections, where do you want to, or how do you want to make sure this happens? And if it's not sustainable growth, where do you think your focus should lie?
Thank you, Patrick. So my main focus would be to make room for all the volunteers and all the sections to always be feeling represented, and to have voice in the exchange between the section, between the regions, etc. So in this direction about growing, I've seen in the description of the portfolio, as suggested, it's really important to establish the board supporters role in this direction to take care of the community. So I think that is a really important point and really important role to take care of sustainable growth in this direction. It will be agreed with that board supporter position. So I will coordinate with that.
I would like to ask you a question before I answer mine. Are you referring on the sustainable growth on the national board itself, as in?
No, maybe to clarify. I wanted to ask, how do you want to make sure our sections are not dying? So smaller sections keep being motivated. How do you want to make sure that they are part of this network and not excluded out of this network? How do we want to make sure that new sections joining our network are strong sections and not disappearing after half a year or a year already?
That makes sense. Thank you very much. Thank you for also clarifying. Well, my focus will be on the current section we have right now. I want to take care mostly on the section we have in here, and also the section that sadly cannot be there. I would like to also care for the new sections as well. Therefore, I would like to add the growth coordinator, which will be focused on that more, since I'm pretty sure that instead of just one person being focusing on the current sections we have right now and on the future ones, I would like to kind of cut that up, even though still making sure that they're doing good and giving them some ideas and also giving them a template how to be an ESN section. But I am sure that we need I'm looking forward for having a board support position for that, to focus more on the point of being part of ESN.
Thank you. Actually, Giuseppe, do you want to have an ad after the clarification?
Yeah, maybe yes, after the clarification. I think we're doing pretty good job from the top to the down, in the sense to attract, volunteers and sections to participate in national and regional events. I would like to exchange knowledge, share knowledge, also on how to do that from a bottom and up perspective, in the sense that I think that refreshment and join us events are really important. So you know, I would like that this kind of sustainable growth goes from both directions. And as I said before, I would like to do that with the board support for that, taking care of the HR community network. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Carsten.
Okay, great. Next would be Johan.
Johan, Regional Coordinator Southeast. A little bit follow-up and also regarding the things that you said in your presentations, but I wanted it more clarified. What's your approach to the regular contact between sections, local members, and the national board? In the sense of, do you want to have the information flow through regional coordinators directly to you as a position? Do you want to have a section care team? Do you want to have one specific board supporter? What's your organizational approach to the contact between the sections and the national board?
I would like to maintain the section care team so they can see and also gather the information, what is going good, where are they struggling. I also want to keep in contact with the regional coordinators, since I'm pretty sure they have a good overview of the regions, but I also want to have an approach for them directly. But I would like to focus on the regional coordinators because they have a better overview than I will do with 4 sections. So my main approach will be the regional coordinators, but I'm still looking and asking for information to have the information and also redirect them to the section care team. Wanting also the section care coordinator who can also figure or just delegate the section care over there. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. The cooperation with the regional coordinators is crucial. However, my answer is no. I would like to have a direct contact with the sections, like one-to-one. Like I want to be available for them. I want to speak to them about the problems and issues that they may have. Then I think it depends about the quality of the information we are talking about. It depends on what we are talking about. Maybe some things can just be shared by the regional coordinators. Yeah, so it depends, but generally, no, I would like to be on the field, so to say.
Yep. Follow-up question, how do you plan to have personal contact to 44 sections on a regular basis?
Well, I think I've been like I've been in the past. I would like to continue like that, being pretty active in joining LPs, etc. This is the 3rd week in a row that I'm doing something about ESN, and I love it. And I'm sad that next week I'm not doing anything. But yeah, showing up to LPs, showing up to calls, meetings, whatever. Like being hyperactive is a bit my way, but of course with moderation and pondering that.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next would be, yeah, actually, was the follow-up just for Giuseppe? Yeah. Okay, great. Next would be Charlotte.
So, Charlotte from ESN TU Dresden. I was wondering, why did both of you apply for this position at the second open call and not the first one?
Thank you so much, Charlotte, for the question. So, as most of you know, I applied for events before. The idea of being in the national board was going on in my head since at least 2-3 months. I was seeing myself sitting more in events because I'm doing event manager in Frankfurt and I'm taking care of internal and external events in the bank I'm working at. So events is where it was more easier that time to see myself contributing to the national board. Then there were 3 candidates for events, and our network still needed some candidates also for VP. And I got more motivated from that because it was also something that I don't know yet. So was like kind of a challenge to learn something that I have not done yet. And yeah, this is my reason. Yeah.
Hello, thank you. I would say that it was because of Educate. I joined in May, and for actually joining I needed to do a workshop, and my workshop was after the first deadline. And while I was doing my workshop, I was thinking about the Educate experience I had there, of learning more about ESN in general, also ESN International. And I really loved what we did, what we learned, and I'm really thankful that I could share with people. And the people gave me the energy to also just keep going, to do something more, and I just got the experience and also the exchange and I realized that I will be ready for the candidacy for the vice president, and that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Next would be Matthias. Yes. Also, I already have 11 people on my list, so I will leave the speakers list open for 1 or 2 minutes, and then I will ask again, and then I will close it. Just prepare yourself. Matthias, please. Yeah. Okay, so one of your patrol's tasks is to help also sections. So, and managing that also requires some knowledge, some understanding. We're a quite big network, we have very diverse sections. What experiences do you already have in that field with different sections, how they work and what they're struggling with?
Well, I joined a total of 3 different sections. One of them is not in Germany, so I've learned in Germany 2 different kind of perspectives. I also joined, for example, the LP in Heidelberg, where I could also see different kinds of perspectives as well. I was also asking different sections, how are they doing in person, just as a personal interest. And I'm pretty sure that I have the strength to just communicate with the people, of course, and asking them what is good and why. I also want to share and really want to know why it's going good, because like always looking at the negative points, not always best aim. I really want to see, for example, with your section, it's going great with how many members you have, in comparison to, for example, my former Hildesheim section, that we have 5 or 6 people in a semester, which is also pretty sad. Of course, you can see the numbers with the students, but I would love to see the strategies you have. And I think my motivation of having the urge to have more knowledge and to share it to other people is something that, yeah, I have.
Thank you for the question. About different perspectives, I've started in ISN in Italy. About getting to know the problems of the sections here, I can base my current knowledge on the workshop that I attended. For example, the LPs, the National Assemblies. In the last LP in Mannheim, I held a workshop about exchanging ideas on what is working in the sections and what is not working. It was a beautiful exchange. It was a pity that it only lasted 1 hour. I was scared that it was not enough what I prepared, but I really enjoyed that. So I would say I'm really curious about getting to hear these kind of issues. I can also answer that I had some classes and exams at university about facilitations and managing conflicts. So I have a toolkit about that, but to get to know the problems, I should talk with people and with sections. So this would be my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I would officially close the speakers list. Are there any objections?
Just to clarify, am I in the list?
No, sorry, I haven't seen this. Then I will put you to the list, and so. Yeah, your name is on the list. Not everyone has to ask. I'm sorry. Some.
Can you read out once?
Hmm?
Can you read out once who you have?
Yeah. Yeah. So I didn't catch your name, but you're next. Then Nico, Jannis, Inneral, Philip, Niles, Louis, Isabel, Johan, Patrick, and Kathleen. Is everyone happy?
You can't read my name and my session only has.
Perfect. Love that. So, great. Then I officially close the speakers list. Thank you. And also, sorry, the live stream asked if the people who asked their question please could stand up if it's possible. Thank you.
Hi, Elena from ESN Regensburg. So as a local president, we joined the board without basically any knowledge and a very poor transfer of knowledge system. How do you plan on tackling that with the local boards, or is there any trainings or local board trainings, just like national board trainings are done, and like a follow-up, or any other kind of trainings inside the network, inside the national organization? Thank you.
Thank you, Helena. Well, it's really, there is, for example, training days, and at every NA and every LPs, there is a lot of beautiful workshops that are really crucial for that. So that I think is really, really important. As I said, was in my mind to have a before the semester strategy call to, keep track of all the crucial points for making like a good job in the section. So I will take the challenge and handle it like that.
yeah, just sharing knowledge also with people that already did that. I mean, so it's not going to be me teaching things. Actually, I have a lot to learn, but I will invite in these calls, of course, previous presidents, and sharing knowledge is the key. I will answer. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry that I'm just.
So, like, how would you tackle the lack of knowledge inside the sections when the mandates change, and like boards having the basic knowledge of ESN, or like, well, from what you said, like, yeah, NAs and all of that stuff, you can learn a lot, but not everyone can attend. Only 1 or 2 people from the sections can attend, and it's very limited opportunities. Like, which kind of trainings, local board trainings in any case, or things like that.
Thank you very much for repeating your question. I would approach it in a way that, of course, if you're struggling, if you have, of course, questions, that, of course, it would be nice if you can reach out to us, since we have an overview for 44 sections, and it can happen that we cannot see that in a second. But I would like to also check if the sections are doing great, and then maybe individually search for the knowledge they need. Because, of course, the training days are really great. I would love to invite them there as well. But it can also happen that the training days are not being planned during that time where they have the transition, which is being lost of the knowledge. So because of that, I would really love to individually approach them, or let them individually approach me to figure out a solution, since I'm pretty sure that the knowledge that's being lost or being forgotten is pretty individual and unique from every section respectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Yes, just if I may add something after the clarification of the question.
Okay, but keep it short, please.
All right, okay. So on the other hand, I also would like to make it clear that no one is not enough to take a challenge like that, like being president of a local section, etc., etc. So the most important thing is motivation, and that you have a lot of people around you helping. So also to incentive people to accept those kind of challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Nico. Yes, there.
Thank you. So to Marco, so first of all, Nico, ESN Bonn, and regional coordinator of the West region. So I wanted to ask, because you don't want to establish direct, or to try and establish direct contact to the sections, but to further fortify the use of regional coordinators. Do you have any concrete plans to doing so? Do you plan on having monthly or bi-monthly meetings with the RCs? Or do you want to do all of them, if you want to do them at all, online, or maybe also some 1 or 2 events in person for only the RCs, and then you as the vice president, do you have any concepts for that?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Well, of course, I want to focus on the communication from the local sections through the regional coordinators. That doesn't mean that I will kind of put myself out of that. I really still want to communicate with you guys if you have the interest, and also communicating with the national board, which I will, of course, advertise, because we are also people. I would also love to have some calls with you to share the knowledge as well. But I love the idea to also have a real-life meeting, for example, because in Hanover we are really good connected with the cities throughout Germany, I would say. But I would ask you guys, you people in the beginning, if you would be available for a meeting, and also I would look for the budget, since we need to check for that as well. But if it's possible, I would be more than happy to see you in person. Also through the NAs, I would also love to talk and have a conversation with you. But outside of that, it would be cool if we can establish that. Thank you for your comment, and I will keep that in mind.
Perfect, thank you. Janus would be next.
Yes.
Please wait for the microphone. Please stand up. Please stand up.
Ooh. Hi, Jans Rüdesheim. First name, last name, and section, please. Janus is in Darmstadt. You talked a lot about being available for the sections. I think one reality is that sections will not always reach out, and also what's perceived as a problem might be different. One example, I think this year about half of the sections got some kind of strike, which means they violated 1 or more of the section requirements. How do you want to handle this with the sections, also sections that continue to violate section requirements?
So thank you for your question. Of course, it is really important that we have the section requirements, and I really want to follow up those requirements, of course. Meaning, I love that everyone is part of ESN, but that doesn't mean that you can just be part of ESN and do nothing. We have requirements, and I really want everyone to follow those requirements. So we have strikes for different or various amount of sections, and if the communication is still kept hidden, kind of, then we will have more strikes. And then if we have enough strikes, of course, we will ask the section to leave because they cannot fulfill the section requirements, which is pretty bad and sad as well. But there is nothing we can do if they do not want to communicate with us. I want the availability, but of course, if you want to communicate, there are 2 people at least to communicate. And if I'm available, it's great, but I want the rest to be available as well. So I'm looking forward to have a communication strategy with each of one of you to just have a normal conversation and to maintain our years in Germany as an organization we love to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanis. So what I would like to do in this direction will be at the start of the year and at the changing of the board to remind all the things that must be fulfilled by the section. Because, for example, in Frankfurt we got as well this warning because we didn't attend some meetings that we had to, and for example, I didn't know about that because I didn't know about that. So to make sure also with the communication channels with the regional coordinators maybe, or directly with the board, to make it clear, okay, you must do this, this and that. And then the job of the VP is also to send warnings if things are not good. Thank you.
Right. Now, next would be Emerald. Here. Yeah.
So I'm Emerald from the candidate section Lei HTW Berlin. I would like to ask, have you guys planning on having sponsorship with another company, like in mine right now? So for example, the German company or another international company for sponsorship in the future? If
Thank
there
you.
is one, then please mention it.
There's a comment.
I feel like this would be a question for partnership.
Yeah, I also thought like this sounds more like partnership.
Yeah, but yeah, that's all for me.
So I would restrain the question for the partnership more like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Therefore, you can ask Nina in the break.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
Sure.
So then we would have Niles.
So yeah, Niles is in the Netherlands National Board. This is a question for Marco. So there seems to be some overlap with regards to the plans for transparency on the board with one of the president candidates. So I'm just wondering, if you were both elected, how would you divide the roles there and the tasks?
Well, of course, I will also check first who's going to be the president. Then I would like to talk with them, and I would say we will find a strategy together. I cannot give you the answer now, since we need a second person for that to find it out. But I'm really looking forward to talking to the person, and I will also then approach you to show you and also show the rest the final result for the transparency and availability then. Thank you.
Thanks. Great. Next would be Luis.
Hi, Luis, ESN Göttingen. Which board supporters will you have during your mandate?
I am planning for the section care coordinator. I am also thinking of the growth coordinator. And since the training coordinator will be transferred to the event manager, I will partly take care of that as well. Of course, well, it's in the plan. I'm also planning to do that with our event manager then as well. But I would like to have out there as well, but I'm planning to have 2. And yeah, I will talk to the national board about that, hoping that I will get my 2 national board supporters to distribute my workload. Thank you.
Thank you. I will stick with what is suggested in the description of the portfolio and establish those board supported positions. And I would like also to check the sustainability of that, in the sense that I would like to make one step, but that this step is like a sure one, and not making like 3 or 4 and losing a bit track of things. So yeah, I would like to proceed in this sense, and I like also the idea of the HR community manager and the HR manager, and I would really like to look deeper into that. Yeah.
Thank you. Perfect. Next would be Isabel.
Isabel, National Board. We heard a lot about the different supporting structures for your position, but also for other positions, with the aim to decrease the workload of a position. Currently, the Vice President already has several different support structures. All of those need to be recruited and properly transitioned, which causes some work. Additionally, they have to be overseen, and when tasks are not done appropriately, you still have to do those tasks as you are the Vice President and it's your task initially. Shortly put, the large support structures of the VP are a major point of the high workload that this position currently has. How are you planning to deal with that? Do you have any experience with leading teams and delegating? And which problems do you see arising from creating new support structures?
Thank you. Well, my experience working in team, apart from ESM and apart from studying and working, I've always been working in teams because I did sports for a lot of years. So I take a lot of issues, internal fights, and etc. Fights and discussions. About that, I will approach in the sense that I would like to divide, and also it's important to include people and make them feel that they're participating in the process. It's also important to divide workload, but in the back, I will take the responsibility of that. So I know that when and where somehow, for some reasons, they cannot fulfill things, I know that I have to do that in that case. So I will take the responsibility out of that, and for the board support, it will just be a plus and nice to include them in the process. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I've been in the local board for a total of 3.5 years, with the Vice President for 4, and I have the knowledge of delegating. I also have the knowledge of delegating incomplete board, since we were struggling with the Vice President and also half of a finance, I would say. And I have a strategy of overcoming that, because of course you said it's a lot of workload, but instead of just focusing everything, I need to focus on a main thing without ignoring the rest. I will just put in not too much of work into the other goals that my board supporters will achieve, as long as I don't find them, but I will not ignore the task. I will stay prepared for the board supporter, and I'm looking forward to find people that can help me out and help the board out to structure the ESN Germany Vice Presidency and the human resources together. If it's not the case to find anyone, I'm pretty sure I can still find motivated people, because I'm pretty sure I can motivate them.
Perfect, thank you. Next would be Johan. There's a comment.
Procedural.
Procedural or?
Yeah, it's already, sorry, because you put already the Regensburg cycle, it's already not so. Okay, because
please take the microphone.
We want to go to just a really short.
A lot of people are needing a lot of people are needing a really short pause to do some biological stuff. Before the presentation of Regensburg, will be possible a 5-minute pause.
I have a proposal after that. So, I have this in mind.
Johan, Regional Coordinator Southeast. I wanted to dive more into how to help struggling sections with an example. What would you do if there is a section that gets budget troubles, for example, because they bought too many tickets for a national event or something similar? How would you recognize even that a section has such troubles if the section is not telling us by themselves? Who would handle the situation, and what would be the approach to resolve the issue?
Thank you. So of course, if I'm in Hanover and there's a section in the south struggling, I cannot identify it right now or immediately. I will hope for the section to reach out somewhere, and maybe to get the contact to another section or maybe to the regional coordinators, because I'm pretty sure you have the closest contact to the Southwest, unlike me, which is part of the North. Therefore, I will look forward that they kind of reach out, and also through the Quality Insurance Pro, a tool we have twice a year, that I will check if they're doing good, since it's mandatory to give us a feedback. My problem there as well is that's kind of too late if it happens like 5 months ago, but from now on I think that's the only solution I can find, but I'm looking forward to find a proper and more quicker solution. Thank you for your suggestion.
Thank you. Very nice point. I think, yeah, it should be shared also with the treasurer portfolio, and should be like attention by the whole national board. In this direction, yeah, getting to know, I think at that point, if a section buys a lot of tickets in the national board, we will know that, because we will keep track of that. I would also like to prevent that and to share knowledge, for example, in the experience that we also had in Frankfurt, to buy more tickets for an event. I think to prevent that is also really, really important, to just make sure of the steps that we are doing. Yeah, so preventing, and then after that exchanging and getting to know if they have troubles, and share that with the financial audit board maybe also, and with the treasurer. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Patrick.
Thank you. Patrick, international guest. The topic is transparency and keeping the network updated on everything happening on the national level. So the international level has two main channels for that. Firstly, minutes of the board meetings, so what is discussed, pro, cons, and stuff like that. Second channel is the monthly international updates, where they share summaries of what has been happening in the international board and all the other support structures and everyone involved in the international level. So, question to both of you. How do you want to make sure that the German network, so not only the local boards, but also the local members, are up to date on everything in Germany?
Thank you, Patrick. I really care of this point. I think it's really important to be transparent. I think it's also important to share that in an understandable way, because not everyone is like having such knowledge about financial things and about budget and things. This should be also figured out with the channel that we want to use the most, and also discuss about the issues that we have been with the Slack, etc. It should be a shared decision inside the board, but basically I would like to go more in that direction of being more transparent and with a more understandable language. Yeah.
Thank you. My problem I see there is that, of course, since we're in national level, the first people we can reach out are the local board members. And if we have active members, they are not really connected to us in a direct way. I would ask the local board to share the information we have through the minutes and also to the monthly update to their members. I would also ask the RCs, the regional coordinators, to also do that in their region if there's something important for each member of the region there. But I will then ask directly if the sections can also even implement, or just give a session or just a part in their meetings to update their members for national updates, since I cannot reach them through email or WhatsApp because I don't have every number, but I have every section, and I will ask them to share it to their members then.
Yeah, there's a procedural here already. Since in Germany we had different ways of trying to communicate what's happening on the national level in the past, what do you think about the international approach of like both having minutes of board meetings plus the monthly updates? Do you think that's something we can implement in Germany as well?
To completely answer the question, I need to also be knowing more about the system of how the international board is doing. It sounds, first of all, when you say like that, pretty good, but I will firstly check how they're doing it, and also I want to be part of it, looking from an outsider how they share the knowledge to us, and then I'm looking forward to talk about the future NB to implement that as well if everyone's okay or agreeing with the idea whatever.
I'll tell you later how they do it.
That would be perfect, thank you.
I think it's a good direction, sharing the minutes, plus an explanatory text like summing up, because not everyone, I mean, I'm a nerd about minutes and minute taking and meetings. I read the minutes, but not everyone is, like, wants to read like pages of minutes. So I think it's a good direction to do. Summatory text and minutes sharing.
Perfect, thank you. Last question, Katrin.
Thank you. Catherine is in Berlin. I have a question to Giuseppe. In your presentation, there was a point about a disincentivation. Board supporters and RSA's community should be at the heart of the projects. Can you elaborate what kind of projects exactly do you mean? And what do you mean like being in the heart?
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. With the projects, I mean, you know, in general, the activities. I think the board supporters are really playing a crucial role, and I would like to them to have more room to share more knowledge. I think, I mean, my idea was to prioritize them to give workshops. This was what I imagined with that. Yeah, it was mostly about sharing knowledge, like having them in the, you know, first position to have priority about having possibly do workshops.
Follow-up. I was mainly more about like regional coordinates. What do you mean, like be in the heart of the project, and what kind of general activities? Can you give an example?
Yeah, the idea is around the point of sharing knowledge. So I don't know how to explain that. It's just sharing knowledge, and I don't know, motivate or having ideas on how to do that. That's something that needs to be scheduled, in the sense that when can we have a call for that? Once per month, once every 2 months, about sharing best practices, not only at LPs or like at national assemblies, but also maybe regularly and maybe about different topics. So yeah, it was more about sharing knowledge and having constantly workshops with them at the center of the attention. Yeah, it was an idea that we need to see in the practice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, so then we are finished with the Q&A. Give them some love, give them some applause. Thank you for everyone who joined the Q&A. So I know we are behind the schedule, and that's why I have a proposal for changing the agenda. I would propose that we push back the ISN Regensburg presentation after lunch, cut the lunch by 10 minutes, and the coffee break by 10 minutes. Are there questions, objections, other proposals? Right now we are, yeah.
Can we cut, sorry, Nina, can we cut the coffee break by 5 minutes and the lunch break by 15?
That is also possible. I don't care about this. Great, okay, then we would cut the coffee break by 5 minutes, lunch break by 15 minutes, and push back ISN Regensburg after lunch.
So, does anybody disapprove this change of agenda? Doesn't seem like that, so we have a coffee break now.
Yeah, enjoy the coffee break.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Perfect. Then we have 10 minutes, and please pay attention.
All right. So, hi everyone. My name is Greta. I am the current president of the International Student Network Regensburg, and I have Sophie with me, who is our vice president, and today we would like to introduce our lovely organization to you. So, a bit about who we are. International Student Network Regensburg was established in 2008 as a non-profit organization, also registered as an eingetragener Vertrag. Sorry for my German. We are part of mainly the University of Regensburg, but we also work together with the OTH, which is the Technical University in Regensburg, and we basically provide a supportive network both for full-time students and exchange students, so they can connect, make friends, and have a nice time in Regensburg. And we do trip planning, event hosting during the semester. So a little bit about our structure. Actually, this structure was established by the current board, so us. As I mentioned before, I'm the president, and I have Sophie here, and beside that we have a secretary, Melanie, and Valeria is our treasurer. Beside that, we currently have four coordinators, so travel, event, country evening, and partnership. Maybe a country evening could be interesting to hear what they do, because this is our main event. We host country evenings in every 2 weeks, and yeah, it's quite of a big thing, so we need to prepare for that. And we also have a partnership coordinator, because we already started establishing some partnerships with local businesses in the city. So yeah, and we have a social media team. Actually, since like 2 weeks, we have 4 people now in the social media team, because we also have photographers, and we have Anna, who's somewhere in the back. She's our social media coordinator. And we have our mascot, Scotty, which is also somewhere in the back. So a bit of pictures of the members. So this is the current board, our lovely coordinators, and our social media team. And Scotty. And I would hand now to Sophie.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Can I have a quick one? Thank you very much. So hello, I'm Sophie, as you know. I'm going to talk a bit about our events, what we're doing. But first, all our events we want to follow with 4 main values. We've got culture, community, sustainability, and well-being. So what does that mean? It means like reducing carbon footprint for sustainability, working with local businesses, always taking public transport, not using single-use plastic, stuff like that. Community, I mean, it's just creating a safe space where it's very accessible to everyone, not excluding anyone, and yeah, safe space. Culture, kind of teaching other people about other people's culture, creating cultural events, German culture, educating them on that, like that. And well-being, so that's both mental and physical, whether it's talking with people, sports weekends, etc. So these are our little partners, a little overview. We work with them all very closely, so they're great. So, like Greta mentioned, our country evenings, this is a big thing. We give the students a budget, they present their own thing, they give a presentation, they do quizzes, so they're also educating other students, and they're also gaining valuable life skills from that, you know, giving them a budget, giving them a chance to host their own event. And at the beginning of the semester, we always host a Bavarian event, almost to show them how to do it, and yeah, it's always a lot of fun. As you can see, the team's up there, and yeah, it's good fun. Then we have lots of day trips and weekend trips, like hikes. This special thing we have every semester is called an Alpen tour. You go to a hut in the middle of nowhere, no running water, you have to go to a well. It's not really a toilet. I mean, there's a toilet, but not a toilet. And yeah, we do city trips as well, and sometimes city trips to places like Munich, where, you know, we have a wee club. And more, so there's a lot of varieties, internal events, also to keep our volunteers, you know, with well-being for them.
And yeah, like you can see there. If you have more questions about the types of events we do, you can ask. This is not much time. So, ESN events. What have we done so far? Well, I was at the LP in January in Munich, which was really fun. And I was also at the last NA, if any of you remember me, just kind of introducing ISNR, and that was also really, really fun. But also really educational. I learned a lot of skills even just from the workshops there that I feel like we've already started implementing. And we also have some upcoming events. So today there's actually a hike in the Bavarian Forest with ESN Deggendorf and ESN Ingolstadt. Unfortunately, by road it was a bit long for them to get there. And then next week we have a Nuremberg trip we're all gonna go, and also Mesa's gonna be there too. So that's great. Yes. So upcoming events, these are a few. When we posted this, we didn't know what these country evenings are going to be, but on the 24th, we've got an Italian evening, and on the 14th, we have a Celtic evening, so that's Scottish and Irish culture. And then Alpen Tour, Big Tour, and International Day, which is like the university hosts an international week, and we collab with them, and yeah, so that's, and much more, obviously, but I'll hand back over to Greg. So, improving ISNR and basically be a better version of us. We already work together very closely with our local international office. They are actually helping us with a lot of ways. They also help us getting the DAD funding and so on. And mainly so far it was the incoming part with whom we were working with, but we would also like to extend it to have more reach out to the outgoing part, because we also see that it's a problem that the outgoing students, they barely hear about us, they don't know what's going on, and they usually just find us by accident or by social media. And therefore also to supporting the university, sending out more students, and either in June when the International Week is happening, or in July, depending on the weather, we would like to host also more events where we kind of mix together outgoing students who are going in the next semester, and also a bit of the Erasmus students, so they already get a bit of like intercultural mix, and maybe they're going to join us when they come back. Another improvement, as you saw, that we already implemented some coordinators and so on. Obviously, there is much more space to extend. And in the future, we would like to have an HR team, because it's definitely this semester we had a massive amount of applications. We recruited 25 people, which before never happened. So currently we have like 60 members. And obviously with the whole onboarding and so on, currently I'm the main HR person, let's say that. Yeah. So yeah, that's a place to improve that. Also an IT. Maybe. Okay, we're all going to just finish up. So yeah, if you would like to hear more about us and what we are doing in the Bavarian region, you can follow us on Instagram. We are very happy for new followers. And yeah. And thank you for your attention. We're looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, you two. So now we are opening the Q&A session for ISN Regensburg. And yeah, the comment.
Not really a procedural, but a general comment that ISNR is applying to become a candidate section, not a full section, to keep that in mind during the Q&A.
Thank you, Izzy. Okay, so we have Janus, Leonie, Luis, and Lizzie. Guys, please don't join during the sessions. There's also a live stream in the other room. So, Janus.
All right, yeah, Janis is in Landstadt. I've seen you have a secretary in your board. Could you elaborate a bit about the position, the task of that person?
Yeah, so basically the secretary is responsible for any administrational stuff that we have going on, including the making sure that the DIA, the application, is actually happening on time and we can do everything in, as well as we have a monthly meetings, so she's the one who is like finding a time slot for it, or if we do it offline, a venue, and so on. And at the moment we are working on to getting an office on the university because we are struggling with that. So she's also trying to negotiate that with the Studentenwerk.
I have a second question now or later?
Do it now.
Okay,
it's fine.
Then you said you had a lot of application and you took like 25 new members. Did you decline any applications, or how is your process there?
Okay, so we have, like from this year, basically we have a new process for applicants, because before that it was not so structured before, and we like more structured stuff. And first of all, we have a survey, like an online survey, and the interested candidates, they have to fill it out. And there we also put some questions in it that they have to answer in order to see their motivation behind why they want to join us. And then we reach them out via email, and we invite them to an official like 15 minutes interview. And based on the interview, we also talk about them, get them know a bit better, and just also tell them like what we are about, what our rules basically, what's the code of conduct and everything. And yeah, and the trial period, it's like we have a trial period for 1 month, so both parties can say that it's immediately that if it's working out or not. But yeah, like we had to decline some people, not that much, because most of them I think were very motivated and they actually put effort in the application. But yeah, let's see. After the trial period expires, I hope, like I already feel like having at least half of them staying is already a success, because like I see 25 new applicants in 1 semester is much. Also with the onboarding, we managed to get it well. In the beginning it was a bit rough, but yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Next would be Leonie.
So Leonie, yes, Lisa Mannheim. I mean, Janis asked a similar question. So, what are you planning, like, what are you planning with, like, dealing with this amount of new applicants? I mean, you said, like, you as a president kind of dealing with, but normally it's not the task of the president, one of the vice presidents. So, what are you planning for, like, dealing with this?
So we already have a separate like Slack channel where we deal with that. We had a team that was dealing with the interviews, but we actually want to introduce a HR role that's specifically dealing with onboarding and also internal HR. And this will really help us, I think, because it was a lot, but we did it. It's fine, but we're thinking about creating a role for it.
Yeah, basically establishing an HR team, which would consist of more people, especially now we can do that because we have enough members. Like it also comes to that because she mentioned internal HR as well. So we also would like to put more input on team buildings. So we try to have at least 1 team building in every month. Like for example, our team building this month going to be on Monday because there is a Volksfest going on in Regensburg. But yeah, like last year we also did a weekend trip, which is also nice to have someone from the HR team who is just responsible for that, because currently for also the trips was like the travel coordinator, and like the HR team was currently set it up from members of the board and the coordinators, but it would be nice to have some people who are just specialized on that.
There was a follow-up.
I'm sorry, maybe I missed it, but what is the vice president doing in this section?
Oh, so I basically support the president at the moment. I also deal with like events,
kind of like, we have a lot of events going on, so we kind of share the responsibility. I'm also kind of now more dealing with ESN stuff, and just, yeah, supporting. We kind of have similar roles actually, but we find it easier to kind of have each other to support each other.
So she's also doing more, so I do more of the structural organizational part of the whole ISNR, and she's doing more of the cultural social inclusion part. So also if people have questions, for example, from our members about our morals and ethics that we follow, then Sophie is the one who communicates through the code of conduct, so yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So next would be Luis.
Hi, Luis, ESN Göttingen. So since you are now starting the process to join ESN, do you think that some or many or a few of your current members will fight a bit against a new identity, since you already have an established identity?
I mean, we already had a vote, actually, whether we even become a candidate section, which I gave. And there were 16 people, and 15 out of the 16 board and coordinators and other active members, no, 50, yeah, they all voted yes and 1 abstained. So we already have quite a lot of support. We had to make sure that even before we started the process, we had the motivation of all our members.
Yeah, so basically we had this voting before we started the application, so the new members, they were not included in this vote, that's why it was just 16 people. But it was open for all the active members, because we also wanted to ask what they think about this whole thing. But fortunately, we have a lot of members who were or still part of an ESN section in another city. So they were really on board with it, and most of them already did Erasmus, so they know about the whole ESN structure. And I also been part of my an ESN section back in Hungary, so.
Thank you. That next would be Levi, then Leonie, and Luis, and then I would close the speakers list. Any Gabriel? Yeah. Afterwards, I would close the speakers list. Any objections? No. Okay.
Maybe, AB. So, as you're probably aware, meeting deadlines is a very crucial part of operations within ESN. Unfortunately, your section was a little bit late today. Could you maybe please provide us with a short answer why that was so, and also how you would outline any steps in future to ensure that you can adhere to deadlines?
So we're usually on time. What happened was we got off at the wrong tram station, and then we went to the wrong building. So we were actually meant to arrive here at 9:15, but yeah, we got lost. That doesn't usually happen.
Yeah, actually we left the hostel at like 8:20, so as we did like a day before, but with the transportation and also with the buildings, we were running back and forth in another building looking for this room.
Thank you. So, next, actually I have Gavin, then Leonie, and then Luis. Sorry.
Yes, hello. So, yeah. So one of the requirements for becoming a candidate section is that ESN has a specific candidate section visual identity manual. So, for example, if you look at the Instagram of the thing, ESN Minds candidate section, they do a really good job of implementing the correct color set, but also renaming their organization to ESN Minds candidate section. Are you prepared and aware that you should be doing this tool after your application is successful?
Yes, we already kind of decided that. We also, one of our social media people, Claudia, she was actually part of ESN Norway on the board as communication manager, so she's already very aware of this visual identity stuff. I'm not a social media person, so I won't be dealing with that, but right, you can speak a bit more.
I mean, you're prepared, not sure if you, or what do you want to add to it?
So we have some like visual identities. For example, you saw our logo. I'm very glad to change those colors to the ESN colors. Yeah.
Thank you. So, then next would be Leonie.
Hi, Leonie, yes, I'm Lisa Mannheim. I mean, why do you want to become a member? Like, what is the biggest advantage you see here?
I would say the information exchange. Like, so every section has their problems, but having someone you can always go to is a massive thing. Community, not just for our volunteers to also gain professional skills for their future career, but also the students themselves. We can provide better events, we can make our events cheaper, more accessible. Collaborations, they're great. Always knowing that there's another ESN section there is really good, and it also keeps us alive as a section. So in COVID, we had a real struggle. We almost died out. I wasn't there. But I feel like if you've got someone like ESN, they can always help you when you need it. It's really important.
Yeah, and another huge point for us will be definitely visibility. And it also comes from the fact that now we also experienced that during the application, that a lot of people are looking for ESN Regensburg, usually in like social media platforms or even in Google search. Thankfully for our good website, we are always like the top, so they find us, but it's still, for them it was a bit confusing because they also didn't get enough information from the international office, and this is what we want to improve as well. So they all well known, even when they go on Erasmus, that if they come back, then there is a section that they can join and support other students.
Perfect, thank you. Then next on last is Luis.
Luis, yes, in Göttingen. So I was here going over your Instagram page, very nice by the way, and I find this thing called ISNR card, which apparently is a membership card who gives discounts on your events. And what is more or less the legal basis for these membership cards? Do people get membership in the association or?
So currently they got discounts on our events, but obviously it's a plan to extend it to our partners, because as you saw, we have a few partners in the city, and it would be nice that they could also get like local discounts, which would, I think, really beneficial if we are in ESN section.
I mean, we would obviously employ the ESN card. We're not going to like sell 2 membership cards. That would be kind of scamming. I'm already banned on Telegram because I think Telegram thought I was scamming students. But that's another issue. So yes, the cards, they're also for our weekend trips. I'm not secretary, so I don't know the exact reasoning, but you are insured by the university for the trips if you sign with the card.
So basically, if we are doing a bigger trip, like last semester we did a Prague trip, this semester we want to do a Dresden trip with Theo Dresden, probably. Maybe they don't know about it, but it's a plan. And it's an insurance that, like, they buy the card from us, so they give also like the contact info and everything, and then we can also forward it to the insurance company, so make sure that they are insured during our trips.
Chris did speak to someone in Dresden as well. He's our travel coordinator.
Yeah, there's a follow-up.
So does this membership card give membership in the association or not?
Yes, it means that your name and address, there's some details we have, but it's on pieces of paper. We've not digitalized it yet. Well, it's digitalized now. It's digitalized now. But it used to be on paper, and it's more of a way of, especially for trips, insurance.
Actually, we digitalized it with Pretix.
Ah, yes, we are using Pretix.
Great, thank you. Amazing. Now, the Q&A would be over. I'm asking ISN to leave the room for our board statement. So all members of ISN...
Anna, please come down. You also have to leave the room.
Yeah, all. So, but for this, please give them some love. and some applause.
I'm just staying here, so I don't have to climb over. Okay, so another little statement from my side. You might already know Sophie from the last NA in Potsdam, and it has been amazing.
So, yeah, sorry, I haven't seen you.
Matthias.
Perfect. Now, please come down. We are going to continue with our NB application. And this time, for our communication manager position. And Ekaterina starts. Your microphone is here.
Okay, good. All right, hello everyone. I'm Katrin and I'm applying for the position of Communication Manager of ESN Germany. Who am I? What is my motivation? What is my vision? I'll tell you right now. So shortly about myself. I'm 24, I was born in Moscow and then I got Germanized and I've lived in Berlin for 5 years already. I'm currently Communication Manager of ESN Berlin and officially a trainer of Educate full of trainers. And I'm a big social media nerd, so you'll see me everywhere with my phone, taking photos, videos, asking you to take part in my reels that I have ideas of. And I've been doing social media professionally as my job for over 3.5 years. During my work experience, I managed to work with big brands in Germany like Beiersdorf and DMK, and also with the big Swedish corporation, Essity. And I've been a part of ESN for over 5 years, which is scary, and it brings me to the point of what is my ESN experience. Of course, during 5 years, I had different roles, and you can see all of them on my CV, but I decided to outline those that are most relevant, I think most relevant for the position of communication manager. So last year, we founded ESN Berlin. I was also one of the founders, and then I got time to actually use opportunities of ESN International. So I went to community meetings in Moldova and joined Communication Path. Then I went to the training of Educate, and later on I was invited as an international trainer for ESN Poland National Training Days, also for Communication Path, where I did workshops on the topics of social media and content creation in the context of ESN. I was a part of EGM Seville this year, and I joined, I think, all the NAs in the past 3 years, thanks to my mandate as regional coordinator of 8 sections of ESN Germany. I was a part of OC Spreerbreak last year and the year before, and all these experiences gave me a lot of knowledge, a lot of understanding how to communicate between sections, how to strengthen a region, and what is digital marketing, which strategies to use, what is social media marketing. And I decided to contribute even more, and I became communication manager of ESN Berlin. I tried different strategies, different approaches. We were in the new section. And what did we achieve in less than 9 months? So we got 3 times more followers. Our engagement and reach raised by more than 1,700%. One of our reels got almost 500K views. And we have more than 1,500 students in our WhatsApp community enjoying their time in Berlin. Then I started reflecting on this, and I started talking to other NOs, and I realized that there is so much more that can be contributed. And ESN Germany is big. We have so much potential. So I started shaping my vision of ESN Germany in terms of communication. So what about it? I divided my vision into 4 main areas of focus. The first one is social media. And here the main goal is to strengthen ESN Germany's digital landscape and the presence in the digital landscape. To show how much we contribute in the network. To show which opportunities students get when they come to Germany for the exchange. And I did my exchange in Berlin. And also to show you, the volunteers that put their work every day. Which brings me to the second area, and it's internal communication. It's essential to create a safe space for you to have a knowledge share, to have support, and to improve cross-sections relationships. The third area is external communication. To keep all channels of ESN Germany up to date, and most importantly, to collaborate with other NOs and with ComCom team. To use the opportunities that ESN provides us with. And the last, but not the least, I would love Veeam and Merge. To ensure that sections are following the guidelines of Veeam, and also to create the unified German merge. How am I going to do that? So for the social media, first of all, I would like to do the audience analysis and channels review to understand which channels are we using, why are we using them, who is our target audience, which content we should actually post. And then to create a 1-year strategy which would be divided into quarters, so it's easier for us to track KPIs and see what we should improve, what we should stop doing, and what we should start doing. It's also a lot about the content optimization, digitalization. We live in the 21st century. There are so many tools. Giving you an example, in ESN Berlin, I introduced a bot, which is automated. It's linked to our Instagram page. And whenever someone asks us for the link for the community, the bot does it and not me. And it saves a lot of time. And also, to continue doing social media packages and guidelines for sections, so when you have a question, we have an answer for you. As for internal communication, I would really love to have a WhatsApp community for our network. To give you a space where you can always stay in touch, and not only during the NAs in the group chats or on your regional, local platforms. So there, for example, if your section organizes an event and you want to invite other sections, drop a message. If you go on a festival and someone else from ESN Germany comes to the same festival, you can go together. So I believe that this could actually improve our cross-sections relationships. Of course, we should have a communication manager community, and there we would talk about digital trends, social media, assist each other, support each other, and when it's needed, to have calls. It's a lot about knowledge share. So not only to have workshops and NAs and LPs, but also I would like to create short videos. Because I did the course for social media myself, I've mentored people for social media for 2 years, and I realized it's easier for people to watch videos, 5 minutes video with subtitles. And to have a database of photographers and videographers, so we'll always have content which we can use afterwards, after the event. External communication, website maintenance, article releases, and most importantly, cooperation with ComCom and other NOs. I talked to the ComCom team.
I talked to NOs like ESN Italy, ESN Croatia. They will be happy to assist us with our initiatives. And VIM and merge. Of course, merge is important, but I would like to focus on VIM screening and introduce sanctions and reward system. This is something that should be discussed with national board and noted board, but I do believe that sections that actually follow guidelines and VIM should be rewarded, and we should collaborate as ESN Germany with them. Of course, what about Candidacy? So I came up with a vision of the EPR team, which would consist out of VIM committee, press committee, graphics committee, and photo and video committee. I believe that this would cover the main aspects of communication for ESN Germany. Why do I want to do that? I want to put together the two big passions that I have, social media and ESN. But there is one important part in it, and it's this. It's you, it's the network that motivates daily and the one that brings me so much energy to contribute more and more. If you have any questions, I'm very happy to answer them. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward.
And now we directly continue down the table with Ivon. So yeah, now our second applicant, Ivon, will present her application. Same moment to you. Yes. Are you ready? Microphone. The microphone, of course.
Wait, I don't have that many hands. Oh well, I'll just stand here.
Do you want me to help you? I'll get the next slide.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So hi everyone, thanks so much for being here. So first a little introduction of myself in case we haven't gotten to meet yet. So I'm Ivon, I'm 25 years old, I'm from a tiny town.
Can you spit louder?
Oh, sorry. Okay. From a tiny town close to Hamburg, same one as Mareike actually. And my home section is ESN Mesa Munich, where I did my bachelor's. I did my exchange in Lancaster in the UK, and currently I'm doing my master's in Sweden, but I'm almost done with that. And fun fact, half my wardrobe is pink, like almost everything I own, like my water bottle, for example. Yeah, you could say it's my favorite color. So how did I get here? So my journey started with ESN Mesa in 2019. I was PR manager in 2022 before I went to Sweden. So now last 2 years I've been a bit more active in ESN Sweden, but still in contact with ESN Mesa, joining them whenever I'm in Munich. So in Sweden we didn't have an ESN section, so actually I created my own one there together with the other two people on the board. We just became an official ESN section in March actually. In December I also got accepted into ESN International's communication committee on the social media team, and yeah, now I'm hoping to become national communications manager. So here are some examples of what I did on the Instagram of ESN Mesa and ESN Uppsala. I organize the profiles and then post about events, recaps of our events, but also like other information that's important. For example, in Sweden, Valborg is like one of the biggest events in the country. So why else am I qualified? So I'm doing my master's in human-computer interaction. It's not AI. It's more user experience, design, and psychology. Through that, I also had courses in social media, digital media, and web design. I also worked at a communication agency for 3 years, where I did graphic design, animations, and videos for websites and social media of our different customers, and also did website maintenance and web design, of course. So my motivation, why do I want to join the national board? ESN has been such a big part of my life. I love it, and it made my life so much better and so much more fun. I really support the values and missions of ESN, of students helping students. And I know it's super cheesy, but of course, it's time to give back. Tell more people to join ESN, what I've been doing all this time. I also love all things about communication, like design, social media, talking to people, connecting. So which is why I'm applying as communication manager. And then most important, of course, all the people. Like you can see here some pictures of the Swedish network, the German network. Yeah. So what do I envision for ESN Germany? So the main things I want to work on are section support, a social media strategy, the National Communications Committee, and merchandise. So for the sections, they are the most important part of ESN Germany because without the sections, we wouldn't exist. One thing that most local communication managers have mentioned that I talked to, they really wanted the communication calls back to exchange knowledge and discuss ideas and maybe plan collaborations. So yeah, I also want to create a place for material exchange where we can upload content like pictures, videos from certain events or templates and materials. For example, for the ESN card that just saves time for the communication managers. Then I also want to work on collaboration campaigns. For example, our partnerships would be so much more powerful if we could get at least most sections on board and promote it together, or the advent calendar that some sections already worked on together. It's such a great idea to save time but have great content, work together, and then also give timely feedback to the sections about their designs and if it's BIM conform or not, so you get feedback quite after you post it and not at the end of your mandate or when you already finished. And then also what I want to continue from Jenny are the how-to guides on different things, helpful topics for the position. Yeah, for the position. For the social media strategy, I have our main things. For each channel, I identified the target audience, and then I would tailor the content specifically to them. So Instagram and Facebook, it's for prospective or existing ESNers and exchange students. So I would want to promote our partners, projects, and events together with also those board members. Spotlight the sections, also create engaging contents, and use keywords and search engine optimization, for example, to increase our reach. And then for LinkedIn, I want to create a professional branding and showcase our projects to institutions and national agencies. And our website is for everybody who's interested about ESN. And then I want to update the website because I do have some knowledge in web design. Want to create some blog posts similar to Instagram, and also create an ESN Germany survival guide. We already have one for outgoings from Germany, and this one would be all the information about Germany, and create a template that sections can use and add their own content. For the National ComCom, these are the teams I was thinking about. So it would be long-term support for a communication manager, so you don't have to get a new team every year. We would have regular meetings and also workshops in combination with community calls. And then last, some merchandise, some examples, so bucket heads and socks, for example, for the German vibe, and then tote bags, mugs, and water bottles, just for sustainability, and also since we take our own mugs to the NAs, we can all have pretty ESN Germany ones. These are not final designs, of course, this is just suggestions, but yeah, we can work on that. And yeah, thanks for your attention.
Great, so you know the drill. We again, there's a comment.
It's not a question, but yeah, you don't need to create the material exchange. It exists. It's linked in Slack somewhere, so you can use the existing features of ESN in Germany already.
Can I answer to that, or was it just a comment?
It was just a comment. It
Okay.
doesn't
Yeah,
mean an
I
answer.
heard about it, but I also heard that apparently not many people have access to it or something like that, so I wasn't sure. Yeah, but we can see about that.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
Now we're beginning with the Q&A. This part of the Q&A, perfect. So, please raise your hand if you have a question. So I have Louis, Johan. Also, maybe raise your name tag so I can see you. Louis, you can already start.
Hi, Louis, yes, I'm Göttingen. So, nice presentations. Yeah, you are applying for communication manager. I don't think I saw any of you mentioning traditional media, like news channels or newspapers or radio, which it is still used, especially for the news channels. That will be really nice if ESN Germany ever gets mentioned in the news. Will you try to reach any of the traditional media?
Is that a question to both? Are you questioning both of us?
Yes, it's for both.
Should I? Oh, sure. Thank you for the question. So, of course, traditional media still plays a role. And yes, this could be an option. However, I'm pro-digitalization, and I do believe that because it depends on the target audience, right? We always think in social media and communication, who are we targeting? Who are the people that we want to reach, and why do we want to reach them? Because if we want to reach students, what do they use? Do they use traditional media, or do they use digital media? Most likely digital. Then, do we want to reach stakeholders? Like, if we want to reach stakeholders and partners, who are they? What do they use? If these are companies, most likely we would use mail marketing, right? We reach out to them by per mail, or I don't know, call. This question to Nina. But anyways, so from my perspective, this is not the priority. Like in my vision of ESN Germany, it's not a priority to use traditional media, and we could do so much more in the digital media landscape based on the target audience we have.
I also think, like, I mean, if we have the option, like, if it opens up to, like, I don't know, get a newspaper article, something like that, it would be great, but it's not a priority because we are, like, a young generation. We mostly use social media and our phones for information, so that's where we would reach our target audience. Like, I don't want my parents at ESN. I love them, but they're not ESN.
Great, thanks. Next would be Johan, after this Adele. I again have 13 names on my list, so I will keep. Okay. What's it? Yeah, a few more minutes, and then I will close the speakers list.
Johan, Regional Coordinator Southeast. You mentioned a lot the social media and briefly the internal communication. What is your plan for the internal flow of information? Because I think right now the internal information flow needs improvements because local boards are receiving a bunch of emails and have issues filtering it. I, as regional coordinator, receive hardly not what the local boards are receiving. The local ESN active members are really dependent on what the board is forwarding to them. So to me, it looks a little bit like a mess how information is forwarded right now, and I think there's a lot of potential in not maybe even use email but other platforms.
I think I said it on the candidate blog already. I was thinking about creating a WhatsApp community as well, like with the communities for the like positions, but also like where we have an announcement channel, we can forward like important stuff. Like if it's a lot, we break it down, send the most important stuff, or like link to somewhere where it's like more detailed. Yeah. And then also maybe not sending out an email for like every single topic, but like have it a bit like a newsletter, maybe summarized. But I also don't, like, as I said, I don't get all these emails, so I don't know what exactly they're about, how it's possible. I would have to look into that.
So I was a regional coordinator myself. I know the struggle. 2 years of regional coordinator of posts brought up this problem. And also actually recently when I was talking to people, some sections don't receive emails from us in Germany as well. This is of course a big challenge, also because not everyone has access to Slack. So we understand that right how the information flows, like international and national, then I do believe we should include regional coordinators. And I'm always striving for regional coordinators. So to include them in the mailing list, yes, because I still believe that mail is the formal way of receiving communication. However, then, for example, what we do in ESM Berlin, as a communication manager, I read all the emails, but then I forward them. And in order for our section to have access, to get all the important information, we forward it to the Slack bot. So basically, everyone who's interested has access to this channel, and they can read it there. So this would be an option. If sections don't have access to the Slack, because I heard about that, I'm also ready to support since there's no one for the IT, because in ESM Berlin we also didn't have the premium access, and they just needed one more paper. So I'm ready to support here so that everyone has access, and this would be the way. Does that answer your question?
Perfect. I again ask you to try to stay below 1 minute, but thanks. So, are there more? I would officially close the speakers list. Right now I have Adele, Philip, Janis, Gavin, Nico, Flo, Izzy, Paul, Matthias, Julian, Timo, Luis, and Luis. So, any objections? Closing the speakers list? Nope. Okay, then it's officially closed. Then the next would be Adele.
Adele here from MaiNAttan Erasmus Medizin Berlin. My question is specifically to Ekaterina, and that is, you mentioned in your presentation you mentioned imposing rewards and sanctions to ESN sections regarding the visual identity manual. Could you maybe elaborate more on that?
Yes, with pleasure. And please call me Catherine. No one calls me Ekaterina, thank you. So again, this is something that should be discussed with National Board and Audit Board, how to make it legally. Giving you an example, I'll talk to other notes. And also there was an initiative from International Board, but there was some miscommunication at some point. So this means that, for instance, I give you an example of ESN Austria. It doesn't mean that it's going to be the same in ESN Germany. They get free warnings. So we do the screening of the beam in social media channels. They get the first warning, then within 2-3 weeks they need to change. Then there is a screening again. If they have something wrong, there is the second warning, and then there is the third warning if nothing gets changed. And then it's a question about the sections being expelled from the network, which is pretty strong, I know. But this is something that works. So I can't tell you the exact thing with sanctions, because this is something that should be legally discussed with Audit Board. But I do believe that we should also reward sections that follow sections that follow the guidelines. And also Audit Board has some ideas on that, because I had a chat with them. And we should reward sections with, for example, as I gave you an example in the presentation, by doing collaborative posts on social media. This brings more visibility, and this also, in a sense, rewards. Another idea would be to actually have some...
Can you come to a point, please?
It's a point.
To the end, sorry.
Yes. For example, having the monthly or 3 months to see which section was following all these months, and then taking one of their posts and also reposting it, or giving a certificate. But this is to be in progress.
Great follow-up question. Would you go so far as to expel sections if they do not adhere to the current visual identity manual?
There's a comment?
Just to clarify, we already have in the section requirements that you have to adhere to the visual identity of ESN. So it's already in there, and it's a requirement.
So the follow-up question is then solved, or?
I'm really confused now. So if it's already in the...
Please use the microphone.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused now, because you say you have to clear it up with the Audit Board, but if it's already there in the...
Updated. To update, to improve the system, and like to look into that because I'm actually not exactly familiar with the process of the sanctions, and there should be rewards to
Okay.
improve and update the system. That's essentially the question.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Then next is Philip in front here, and after this, Yanis.
Thank you, Philip, in Rostock. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. It was really impressive. My question would be, how will you achieve it? Like how much staff you need to finally hire? Because it looks to me like a team effort, such a big vision I have seen here. And how much experience do you have in managing a team?
Achieve what exactly? Like all our points? Or
Yeah, all the points. Or like, will you do it on your own? Probably not. You will need to hire other people.
Yeah, of course. Like, I mean, that's why I introduced the national ComCom basically to have support, especially on social media, because it is quite a lot to create all the content for social media. And then that would be a big part of that, of course. And then the Vim and proofreading, like especially the Vim team on the, like in my idea, on the national ComCom would also help with the section screening and then also section support quite a bit if they, for example, need help with designs, for example, or they don't know if it's like Vim conform or they want to improve designs. Yeah, I'm there to help, but also then the team.
Thank you for the question. So answering about the team, I actually was managing a team myself of 6 people that were doing social media projects. Plus I am currently in the team for my student job where we have like 12 people. So, and also I'm in ESN and all the experience that I had in ESN, including the local level, which means that I do have big experience with managing teams. And what was the other part of the question? Ah, yeah, the hire people, right? Yeah. Yes, of course. It's always better when you have someone who would help. I do have some people that would like to support already. I talked to them, so that it will be about the distribution of the tasks so that it's sustainable and healthy.
Thank you.
Can I just quickly add something? Yeah, about the managing people, like, yes, of course. I mean, I worked on the section with the 2 other people on my board in Uppsala, so we just built up a team and I'm managing like a lot more stuff than the president usually does because we just started out as a section with events also this semester.
Okay, thank you. So next would be Yanis, after this we have Gavin.
Yes, my question was kind of asked already, but the answer kind of created some other questions. Screening of the sections, Instagram and other channels, isn't that something that ComCom already does or did? And what would you like to do additionally, or do you work with them, or how is it supposed to work?
Yes, ComCom is doing that. That's correct. However, you understand ComCom is an international committee that has a lot much more to do. And in order to prevent having any issues and warnings from ComCom, we could do this ourselves in Germany. And this is why my idea was to create this spreadsheet where you put all the sections, all their social channels, and then, you know, like before ComCom starts doing that, we just go through all the sections and see if there's anything that they could improve. So, yeah. Does that answer your question?
I guess so.
Yeah, I talk to the people on ComCom, of course, because I'm there. But yeah, it's usually just like once a year, and they also say it takes time because there are lots of sections in Europe. So also, I talked to one of the former national communication managers from the UK, and she said, for example, she always put on post notifications on Instagram for her sections, so she can tell them directly, like, hey, this doesn't work, maybe change this for next time. And it's also like, if it only happens once a year, and especially if the mandate is just half a year, like I found out about all our stuff when I was already done, like for me and the communication manager before me, and that doesn't help anymore. I think it's much better to just get the feedback when you post it or like a bit after that.
Perfect, thank you. So next would be Gavin.
Right, I'll try to make the question concise. you applied with a passion for social media. And while at a section level, social media is a large part of the portfolio of the communication manager, on the national level it is one of 12 points in the portfolio. And between the points, there's a distinction between operational points and strategic points. To allow the board more time to do strategic work, it was recommended in the past that there is a social media officer to take over this operational part of the portfolio that allows you to do more strategic work. How do you envision, if you have a social media officer, the working between that, given your main passions in the presentation was social media, and which strategic parts of your portfolio do you think are most needed by the network right now?
Thanks for your question. That's a very good question. I mean, of course, I do love social media. That's also a big part. But of course, I also know there is like usually a board support for that. And I talked to Jenny how she does it, for example, and her and Elisa just sit together and plan it like once a month, roughly. And I think that's very good to have like the same idea, get on board on the like social media plan. But then, I mean, for me, it's like I know it's just part of it, and for me, like the most important thing like is the section support and just supporting them, taking a bit of load off them, because usually it's just one PR manager. I did it myself, and it was so much work. We started doing a PR team afterwards. So just like having some templates or material that the sections can use, help them with design stuff. I don't think a lot of people know that ComCom also, like international ComCom also helps with designs if you need that. And I think that's just like the most important thing for me, that the sections get the help they need.
Thank you for the question. So ideally, we should have the committee, like the TAPR team, which I envisioned in my presentation, which would save a lot of time from the operational point of view, because this is what they would do. Should it not happen, or it will go slower, whatever, there is, because again, I talk to people, so there's at least one person who is ready to take up everything. And this person would take the operational. I also talked to Jenny, the same as Ivon said. So this would be the case. For me, social media is my passion, but communication is also my passion. This is why I want to educate. This is why I started giving trainings on communication. Because communication is so much more than just social media. It's about effective communication. It's about knowledge transfer. It's about transparency. And that's why for me, it's important to support sections, of course, to ensure that they have the information, to ensure that they understand the flow that comes from international level and all down the other levels. And this is why I would like to focus on that then. So to represent this in Germany in terms of communication, again, to show the contribution that we do for the network externally, and also to provide sections with whatever they need.
Thank you. So next we have Nico and then Flo on my list.
Okay, hi, Nico Ivon, and Regional Coordinator of the West Section. So first of all, thank you guys, to both of you, for those tremendous presentations. I just have two quick questions for Catherine. So the first one is, you mentioned to create a big WhatsApp group, and about that, you're talking about only doing it for the volunteers, right? Not like for all the Erasmus students within Germany, but only for the volunteers, right? Because, yeah, okay. I figured because the first one would be a little bit too much.
For volunteers.
Yeah, and then the second question is what I found really interesting, that you've installed for the Berlin Instagram account an automated bot. Are you ever interested in maybe hosting a workshop digitally or in person, even to show to other sections if that work out for you that well? So I bet other sections are interested in as well. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, of course, I will be happy to provide you with workshops, digitally or on-site, and not only to show how that bot works, but actually to show different other ways of how you can use AI nowadays and how you can use different bots.
Thank you, looking forward to that. So Flo, and after this we have Izzy.
Hi, Flo is in Karlsruhe. First of all, thank you for your application. Communication and especially social media is like very creative process, I think. So are you aware of any other NO's communication, especially when it comes to communicating with the local section from the national level?
Do you mean are we aware of practices, or are we in touch with someone?
Yeah, are you aware of like good practices like from other national organizations? Do you feel like inspiration or stuff like that?
I'll give you an example of this in Italy. They have communication committee with 100 people in it. They have insane structure. They do insane amount of work, and this is just insane. And I talked to them and I told how this works for the people who were there. So this is one of the big examples for me. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Ivon?
Yeah, I mean, I also talked to a few countries, like for example, UK, Poland, and Sweden, of course. And like some of them have like rather bad experience sometimes with the team, but I think that's a great learning experience, also knowing like why it did not work. But then, for example, Sweden has a very close and tight-knit team, and I think that's really great. I mean, like in case I get elected, I also want to reach out to other countries, of course. Like I love ESN Spain's Instagram account. It's amazing, and they have such amazing content on there. So yeah, I would definitely reach out to them.
Yeah, there's a follow-up.
Yeah, just because you mentioned ESN Italy, they have something called ESN Radio Italia or something like that. Do you maybe propose something like that for ESN Germany as well?
Does this go to both, or just?
Just goes to.
Catherine.
Okay, sorry.
First of all, I would like to talk to St. Italy about that exactly, how it works and how beneficial it is for them. They're big, I know as well. They're bigger than is in Germany, but they also, you know, it works a bit different there. So in order to understand if we can do something like this in Germany, it's important to understand how it works and why it works there.
Perfect, thank you. Visible. And after this, Paul.
Isabel, National Board. We currently only have applications for 6 out of the 8 National Board positions, which means that the workload for all the other positions is increased, but especially for the President and the Vice President. To balance that workload out a bit, could you imagine to take over some of their portfolios, and if yes, which?
I think Ivon starts this.
I mean, I can definitely imagine taking over some, especially because I'm currently president, and it's like a new role for me, something I had to grow into, but it's so interesting to like learn new things. I honestly don't know much about the portfolios of the other board positions. I've read quickly through them, but I can't really remember them. So I would probably just like look with the team what they want to do, what I want to do, what we can do, and then just distribute it based on that.
Thank you for the question. So again, what's very important is to have a sustainable and healthy way. So for me, it would be important when we get together, in case I'm elected with the board, ask them what they feel they need assistance and support with. And then, depending on that, we would distribute the task and we would find the best way of how it could be done so that we actually can still take over everything and make it functional and effective.
Perfect, thank you. Next on my list is Paul. Where's Paul? Also, I totally forgot, please stand up when you ask your question. Sorry for the live stream that I forgot. Where's Paul? Where's your hand?
Stand up, maybe?
Stand up. Who's Paul? Do we have a Paul? I'm sorry, maybe I worked on it. Interesting. Paula, sorry, you No, I'm sorry, I totally forgot the A and I was like, no, I'm so sorry. It's also for me the 6 hour. I'm sorry, Paula. Please stand up for the live stream. I totally forgot about this. I should have mentioned it earlier.
Hi, Paula, ESN Frankfurt. Thank you so much both for the application. This question goes to Catherine. I was very interested like in the PR slide that you had, so maybe you can tell us more about the PR team and what will happen if you don't find people for it.
Sure. Yeah, we'll go back to the slide.
I think, can you
Okay,
try?
sure. Yeah, so basically the 4 committees that I came up with are Vim committee, press committee, graphics committee, and photo and video committee. Vim committee responsible for Vim screening, and then later on their words and sanction system, so they will take care of that. Then when we talk about press committee, it's about article releases internally for the German website, but also externally in case we get an opportunity, we find an opportunity, we should use this opportunity. So articles about the projects we've done, initiatives we came up with, we had. And then the graphics committee would be responsible for the social media content plus banners, merch design and social media packages and templates creation, and the photo and video committee taking videos at the events and then editing them, and then creating the reels after movies and etc. so that we can use the content. If it doesn't work out, if plan A doesn't work out, have a plan B, if not B then C, etc. So in case, again, the process with the committee would go slower, I have already several people that would like to help out, and then there would be like board supporters, and starting from there we would distribute the tasks, and then as the time goes and more people join, then we actually implement the committee structure.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Matthias and then Dujan.
So, Matthias, ESN in Munich. My question is both. So, what do you think is the greatest way you can contribute to the current needs of ESN Germany?
Okay.
Sure. So again, based on my presentation, I told that I have a lot of experience in social media and digital marketing, and I would really love, on the one hand, to show that to communicate effectively is not difficult, and we can, provide this, and we can create a safe space, and we can actually unite and strengthen the ESN Germany, but also that social media is not so scary and so hard as it may seem, because I got a feedback from my section that they don't know anything about social media, but just because I talk about that, they actually start getting to understand some stuff. So this is why I would say that what I could contribute and bring most is the structure, the training experience, and my hard skills in social media and digital marketing, as well as the knowledge share with the network in order to improve and strengthen it.
Yeah, so I mean, I do have some experience in social media. I wouldn't say I'm quite the social media expert, but I do know quite a bit about it. But I also most of all know people who can help with it, like in ComCom or in my old job. If I need help or if people need help, if they have questions, like either I know it or I'll find someone who knows the answer. And I just really like connecting to people and connect other people with each other. And I think that's the best thing about ESN, just connecting with each other. And I really want to have the team spirit and that we all can work and learn from each other.
Thank you. Then we have Dujan, and after this Timo.
Hi, so it was mainly for Catherine, but then Ivon also actually mentioned it. How do you see the usage of WhatsApp in communication, and would you see this channel for more formal or informal communication, or a mix of both? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. So I talked to some people what they would think would be a good way, because currently Slack is a bit of restructuring, and I know my section doesn't really have access to it, other sections as well. So I think for now maybe it's to start with at least a better way to get all the information, but I would rather keep it as a bit more informal way, to get information through quickly, but also just talk to each other and then maybe find a more permanent solution, because also in Slack you can create channels, threads and everything, and WhatsApp doesn't quite provide that. So it's more sending messages, talking to each other, a bit like that, and then we'll find a permanent solution together maybe.
Thank you for the question. So from my perspective, WhatsApp should be an informal source of communication, just a space for you to talk, to exchange ideas, to share what you want to share. Maybe you want to create a group, I don't know, people who like to watch football and you watch football together, I don't know, or you play games together. But it's good, it would be an informal source. So that's just for you to connect and to talk to each other anytime you want.
Perfect, thank you. Timo, and after this we have Luis.
Timo, Event Manager, National Board, thank you both for your presentations.
Also regarding WhatsApp, I completely agree that we definitely need a platform because the information flow also regarding events is problematical right now. When I talk to local members, they most probably don't know which event I'm promoting since weeks. So definitely we need something there. With WhatsApp, I just see many problems. Firstly, with data protection, data privacy. This is something as an association like ESN could be very problematical. And then how do you think of handling the spam and meme wars? I mean, if we have then formal and informal channels there, where of course we have like at NAs also spam and meme channels, how would you distribute spots for the WhatsApp groups, for example, also to the sections? Like, we can't have WhatsApp groups with thousands of people, and if we just accept board members, then we have the same thing with emails, that they don't go further.
Thanks, Kino. I think the point is good.
Thank you for the question. So again, as I said, from my perspective, WhatsApp was an informal source of communication, so it's not for board members, it's for whoever wants to join. If all of you want to join, please join. Like, this is not restricted because it's a space. It's a space, and if you want to be there, if you want to connect, please do that. As well as like the data protection. I mean, we use WhatsApp for the NAs. Is it also the question of data protection then? No. So we kind of like, yeah, so we use it, right? So we're not sharing the internal information of sections, let's say. So the point is actually, imagine we're all big group of friends, and we just want to have a chat. So this would be the way. If there is, so like, if there is anything you don't want to be there, it's not going to be set there. You can always make the guidelines and the community rules so that they're followed. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, as I said as well, like, it's not a permanent solution, but I think everybody should be able to join, but of course the board members should join, of course, to also exchange about the community. Like, people can maybe also join the community if they're interested. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people use Slack, but communities can have up to 2,000 members as far as I know. And if you want to like send spams and memes, I would rather have a separate group. But like, for example, if it's a communications channel, like, tell people please keep it to that topic and not send spam and memes in there.
Perfect. Thanks, Luis.
Luis, yes, and continuing, my last two questions are individual questions. So first for Catherine, you mentioned a reward system. Could you please elaborate what sort of rewards are we talking about?
This question was answered when Adele asked the question.
All right then.
I mean, I gave examples of the words. Do I need to repeat my answer? I mean, I
No,
can
no. Then Ivon, yeah, you mentioned ESN card templates. Do you mean on top of the templates already provided by the ESN card team of ESN International?
Sorry, what of ESN International?
That there are already a lot of ESN card templates for social media, for printing and so on, provided by ESN, the ESN card team.
You mean the mock-up, right, like the card? Or like
no, there's an entire drive full of templates and also the designs to make new templates. People can edit the templates.
I mean, that's just a suggestion, like for ESN card. For example, I mean, we just got a new partnership with Swap Feeds, for example, and if we could like create templates for that as well. Like, it's not just ESN cards, of course. Like, if there's that information, I didn't know, for example, thanks for telling me. So for example, we could just collect that information, make it accessible for everyone, because not everybody has the time to look through every drive and every folder and everything to find stuff. So maybe we should find and collect it. And then the templates are more like general stuff, or if sections have office hours, just like have a general template that they can use, like it's not mandatory, of course.
So there's a comment, okay.
With the new section in Uppsala, and and for Catherine, you are part of the ESN Berlin board, and if I'm not mistaken, you are also part of the OC for forestry break. will you both stop these functions and focus only in the communication manager position?
Amazing question, thank you. So the mandate of my mandate in ESN Berlin ends in 2 weeks. We have our elections. That's why I'm not replying for the board position of ESN Berlin. For the Spree break, OC, I am ahead of the program team, and we're already working with our program team. All the tasks are distributed. They have everything they need to do, and we're just keeping with them the bi-weekly calls. And this is why my idea is to prepare everything in advance, because I like things to be organized. So I do not see the problem of me having both, like being in the OC and communication, because the OC would not take as much time as the communication role. It is the communication role.
Thanks for your question. Yeah, I already canceled my apartment in Sweden, so I'm moving back to Germany after my master's, actually at the end of June. So after that, I'm of course not going to be active there anymore, because that's not going to work. I think my mandate also ends like during the summer for sure, I think in June. Yeah, so definitely I will be free after that.
Perfect, thank you. Then this ends the Q&A session. So thank you to give them some applause. And now, before we're going to continue, during your workshop session, there were a group of people preparing something as an Energizer. So everyone, please come. So everyone, please stand up, because we're going to do a little dance. Yeah. Now we're going to continue after Ollie says goodbye with the SOS proposal, EGM spot distribution from the AB. 50 minutes. Are you ready? Where's the presenter? Here's the presenter. You can start.
Is this? Oh, okay, perfect. Now it's working. So, we are now proposing our proposal regarding the new EGM spot distribution. So, maybe first, as an explanation, what is the EPP? It's the event policy paper, and it's part of our standing order, so it's added at the end and is included in them. And it basically regulates the event's policies, especially regarding the spot distribution. So when an open call for DNA has to be sent out and such things like that. So about the background, why we are proposing this. So at the last NA, there were complaints about the spot distribution for the EGM. And there was like an evaluation of the current EPP, and it was realized that there's too much room for interpretation currently. And there was a vote, and we started a working group. Well, we voted to start a working group at DNA in Potsdam. And then we as AB opened that working group in March. Sadly, no one from the whole network wanted to work with us on this. So we were left alone, but thankfully we are a big network and we got the chance to work together with representatives of other NOs. So a really big thank you to Switzerland, Austria and Italy who helped us amazingly in a call. They all use a point paper system, and that's why we also want to implement that. But before Ollie is going to present the points to you, firstly, like maybe a quick explanation why we are doing this and what we want to do with it. Obviously, we want to make the spot distribution for the international events more equal. At the same time, this was something that we really wanted to do. We wanted to find a way to reward sections for their work in the network as well. And that's why our proposal consists of a change in priority regarding the spots and also the point paper system, which is optional, but if we're using it, it will be binding for the spot distribution. So what will be changed? There are several changes to the event policy paper that we will do. Those include changing section 9, also adding new regulations to section 11, which is the point system, and also changing the old section 11 to 12. About the spot distribution algorithm, this is how we planning on distributing the points in the future, or the spots for the international events. So first of all, every single section will get a spot. Afterwards, 2 spots will be saved for the delegation lead. After that, we wanted to give 1 extra spot to all the new sections who joined within the last year, because we think it's amazing that those people get to go to the international events, see how big the network is actually, and can go there to network and take a lot of information back to their home sections. And after that, we already get into the part where the points become relevant. Ollie will explain how the points are being distributed and also how the ranking is done at the end. So please bear with me, like this will be maybe a question mark in your head, but it will all make sense at the end. So basically, all you need to know is there will be a ranking, and according to that ranking, every section will get another point and or another seat in the order of the ranking that's been done. Additionally, if this is done and every section got an additional spot, there are still some left. There will be an additional spot saved for the national level. We are aware that there is no national level of ESN. We mean by that we either give a seat to the AB or to the NB or maybe to a board supporter or so ever. After that, again, we wanted to say, like, kind of like a reward system, it should make sense for the sections to collect points. That's why we also wanted to reward the top 10 ranking sections with an additional seat. This is what you can see here in point 6. After that, 1 extra spot will be distributed per section in the whole ranking again. And after that, there is another spot for the national level. So again, AB board supporters or the national board. And then if there are still seats left, we are going to repeat steps 7 till 9 until they are all being distributed. This is the current EPP, section 9, and these are the changes that we're going to implement. On the right side, you basically just see the German version of the algorithm that I showed you before. And now, Ollie will talk about the 4-point system.
Yeah, so basically, of course, we have like the point system will be a separate document. So first of all, we need to like add that or reference that in the EPP, so it becomes valid. That will be like this new paragraph 11. And then coming to the actual point system. So I will like present you the like stripped down version. If you really want to have the details, you can look into the proposal, but like it's in German, so this might make more sense to you. So first of all, you get points, or your section get points for members of your section who have a position on the national level. So, and it's based, like the points are based on the workload that they work in on the national level. So then D members get 6 points per person, AB 5 points, board supporters and CT 4 points, regional coordinator 3, and members of OCs for national events, for example, Spielberg and Rhapsody, NEG, training days, get each 1 point per person, but there's a maximum limit of 3 points per section. Then national teams get 0.5 points per person, but there's also a limit of 2 points per section, and international teams get 1 point per person, but there's as well a limit of 2 points per section. Then next up, you can earn also points for participating in like international and national events. For participation, it means like that at least one member of your section needs to be present at that event, and like for that, members of the national level with a national level position are excluded. For example, AD and ND members, since they like are there for the like to their position. So for the NA, you get 2 points for being there, but like if none of you are there, you can also get with the vote delegation 0.5 points, but like if you're there and also handed your vote delegation, you get of course 2.5 points. Then if you attend an LP, of course in your own region, you get 1 point, but since there are some sections who are in 2 regions, we might have a limit there on 2 points that you can have a maximum there. Then for the web, you get 0.5 points, same for the EGM, and as already discussed yesterday, we also have the GA consultation call where you also get 0.5 points for, and also again for casting the vote after 0.5 points, and also if one of your members is attending a working group, then can also get 0.5 points there. Then like another thing with like OCs, first of all, like for example, you can get also points for that if your section hosting an A, for example, like we are here now in Frankfurt, so they would get 6 points for like an A for national international event, like 5 points, like back community meetings, something like that, and for the LP you get 4 points. If multiple sections hosting such an event, then those points will be split between those. For example, like we had in Hamburg, where Kiel and Hamburg organized an A, they would have to split those 6 points between them, and they have to agree how they want to split it, otherwise it will be split in equal parts. Then another thing is how you can earn points through the section requirements. So this would be, for example, a reward for adhering to the visual identity, where you gain 1 point, but it's only like that major infringements would count for that, like not like if you just have one wrong Instagram post and you lose a point. Then if your section wins the event of the month, you get 0.5 points, and if that event again becomes event of the year, then you get again 0.5 points. Then we have the we have like the section requirements for the network and update call. Yeah, where you get 1 point, but for that, as already like written down in the requirements, you have to attend at least twice per semester. And yeah, again, national level members are not counted for that. And for the quality assurance form, it gets 0.5 points, and for the call as well, 0.5 points. Then, of course, there will be also some penalties, most of all for misbehavior at national or international events. Like, there, the important thing is that like the whole section delegation has to misbehave and not like only a single person. So there you can lose, first of all, 2 points, but in extreme cases, like this can be up to 25% of your total points, because thus this was need approval by NB and AB. Then for missing deadlines, you also get like conducted points, like minus 0.5 points for like if you hand in the priority list too late. For vote delegation, you then don't get any points on the vote delegation, and for the quality insurance point for options, there's also 0.5 points conducted. Then additional rules. First of all, like we don't want that spots are transferred like that. Of course, the section adhere to those rankings and distributions. So, like if you're not allowed to transfer your spot that you gain to another section or to a friend, you know, you have to adhere to those rules. So you can only, if you don't go, for example, to the EGM, don't have time anymore, you can only give it to another section member. Otherwise, it will be transferred the spot to the next section according to the distribution rules. If you don't adhere to that, you will lose 2 points. And like, of course, like with the system, a section could have the same point number, and then like it will be randomly chosen like in the ranking. And another thing, there might be persons who are like in 2 sections at the same time, but therefore they have to decide which is their main section, and only for that they can gain points. So how do we create, how do we create the ranking then? So the delegation leader is first of all responsible for doing that, but of course will be supported by the national level. Like the section requirements and penalties will be checked by the NB, and for like the other points, like for example positions, they will be for that, like the section have to fill out a form that can be started 21 days before the evaluation period ends, and has to be open for at least 14 days. Because like if you put in willful wrong information, you can lose up to 2 points. And if you don't hand in or fill out the form, of course you don't get any points from that. The evaluation period starts on the 16th of December of the previous year until the 15th of December of the current year. And like for positions, it's like the reference date is the 15th December of the current year. And like the point ranking must be published 78 days before the spots are distributed, and like the AB will handle all the protests, if there are any. So that's that, and like just to finish up, since like we added another paragraph, we have to like the last paragraph of the EPP will increase the number just from 11 to 12. That's that, and we are excited for all of your questions.
Damn it, here we go. Thank you. So we have, of course, questions, but can I ask someone to run around with the microphone? Would you? Yes, Michael. So we have Johan, Luis, Tanya.
Okay, Johan, RC Southeast. I see there's a lot of different point measures for the different positions and events and stuff like that. Did you have any example that you based that on, for example, the interaction with the other national organizations, or what was your process with coming up with the points for each position?
Yeah, basically we looked at the point system of other NOs and like basically, yeah, based that in some way on that.
So next one would be Luis.
Luis, yes, I'm getting it. First of all, yeah, I think most of us understand that there will be never a way of giving points that will satisfy everyone. About when sections cooperate to organize an event, isn't that that they need to divide the points? Isn't that basically punishing the sections in cooperating?
I wouldn't say it like that, because otherwise you can just like say, here we send one team member of us to help with the section, and then at the end you have like 5 sections who get like the points for organizing one NA, and then it's like not the workload of one section anymore. But of course, like that's something that you can still look into. I think first of all, it's like this is like a draft, and I think this is like the fairest option that we found.
Perfect, thank you. Next would be Danielle. So my list is already with 9 people long, so I leave it open for 1 more minute. So think about it, and then I will close the speakers list.
Yes. Daniel, board supporter is in Germany. So first of all, thank you for the distribution rules. I think they were highly needed, but I'm also highly confused about them. So how do you gonna keep track about all these different requirements and so on? So the national board, of course, has a lot of information. You say that they're gonna give them to them. But for example, when somebody is joining the courses team, for example, is it then the job of the courses team leader to tell you or who are the members, or is it included in the registration for the event that the people put in what they're doing outside of the section as well?
So it would be like in this form that the section will fill out a form, and there will be like one thing that they can write their members who are in teams. So, and then based on that, you can find out that. So the section needs to like say these members are in this position, these teams.
All right, thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Next we have Gavin, and after this, Quorum. And then, Isabel, are there more questions otherwise? There's a reaction, sorry.
Direct reaction on the thing with the national teams. I personally would prefer if it's not information that comes from the section themselves, but through the team leader, because a lot of people sign up for national teams but never really get active in it, which means additional workload on both sides of taking this information, transforming it through different levels of the national level.
Perfect, thank you. Next would be Gavin.
Can I?
Sure.
Yep, that's like that's also a possibility. Like that's why we said like of course we will collect as much of information as we are possible by the national level, but we also want to not have too much workload on them.
Thanks. So now I would officially close the speakers list. Any objections? Daniel, okay, I can write you down. Other objections? Perfect, then I'm closing the speakers list after Daniel.
All right, before I start, a quick thank you to Henry for being delegation lead for this year's EGM. Henry, how would you roughly...
Gavin, please stand up.
Stand up? Oh God. How would you roughly say the workload was?
It was a lot.
It was a lot. So what we chose to do this year on the recommendation of Ivon International was that the delegation lead for the EGM is taken by somebody who has no other position considering the workload. Obviously with the point system this is beneficial because it means there's more attention to be put on the point system. However, that means that in the first round there is only going to be one spot for the national board, or board support, or AB. Now, considering the fact that the EGM has slightly overblown its proportions and becoming unsustainable in size, ESN International is planning to reduce the size of the EGM to roughly 700 spots for ESN and 300 spots for stakeholders. That means that in this distribution it is very likely that we will end up with one national board member present at the biggest student-led conference in Europe with over 200 stakeholders, among which the national agencies, 20 people from the European Commission, European Parliament, Council of the European Union. What would you say the impact is of that one spot for MB on the advocacy ideas in Germany?
Yeah, like that's a discussion that a decision that the network has to take. Because yeah, you heard that from the national board, of course, they want to be there. On the other hand, like it was also brought to us that also this is the only international, one of the few international events where like also normal section members can join, and like national board members can join a lot of other events. So that's like, because I see there, yeah, you have to find a compromise, and on the other hand, like even so it's not always fair for the section, but like national board members can also go to their section because the section get more points.
No, that's not right. We don't come in section, however it is. No.
Do you want to make a comment? Izzy?
Well, if we're keeping in mind that sections, Isabel, National Board, keeping in mind that sections actually get extra points for people being involved on the national level, that doesn't mean that those people still have the capacity to be active on the national or international and local level at the same time. So they might not have the popularity, or the local section might not see the importance of sending those people. And it's also not fair to kind of punish the section to not being able to send their local members anymore because they have to send their national board members through their section spots. So that's kind of punishing the sections more than it helps them.
Thank you. Do you want to react to this, or
no,
do you think it can stay like or Lady?
I actually would like to say something. Because I'm totally on your side there, you're right, but at the end it's the section's decision who they will send. So the really big problem with the whole thing is we have to differentiate between the objective view of the AB on the whole thing and our personal view. Right now we're not presenting our personal opinions, we are objectively, and that's why we are trying to make it equal for all people.
Is this a comment, Timo, or a question? Okay, then one more comment and then we'll continue with the questions. Up there. There's a small delay between turning on and...
At these events, we wouldn't have a cooperation with Poland and Czech Republic if I wouldn't have been at the web in Dublin last year. We wouldn't have training days if I wouldn't have been in Sarajevo and later on at the EGM in Sevilla. So please just keep that in mind, that sending national board members to these events is really important. Of course, I understand that you also want to go, but we are not there for fun, we are there for networking and for work.
Thanks, Timo. Okay, next on my list we have Elena. After this we have Torben.
Hi, Elena Ivon. As president of a small section, I'm concerned how this system would affect those small sections who don't have the capacity to either organize NAs, webs, have members in the national board, because they're even lacking members inside their own local boards.
Yeah, like of course this would mean a disadvantage to smaller sections, but like also this would make it overall more fair, because of course larger sections have more opportunities to gain points, but like there are also more members who are willing to go, and so it's, I think, in the end more fair. like that larger section also get more spots than smaller section.
Thank you.
Is it fine if I add one sentence?
Sure, yeah.
That's why also, like you're right, that's also why we decided to include or still keep from the old way spots were distributed, that new sections who just joined within 1 year get an additional spot. I know that it's not the same thing. I'm very aware of that, that size doesn't mean or is not equal with like recently founded, but it is a first step in the direction, I would say.
Thanks.
Can I make another question?
A follow-up?
A follow-up is okay, yeah.
But like for the new sections, currently we have 3 candidate sections, but the rest of the 44 sections have been in ESN for way longer, so they would not get any points from that. Wouldn't it be better and fair to take a look of how ESN Germany is structured and see how many smaller sections we have and bigger sections and base the points more on that system as well, so that the smaller sections, we also get those opportunities, because I know that bigger sections have more members, they can do more things, blah, 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 but the smaller sections struggle, I think, way more with the information.
Yeah, I think you have to also look at the proportions. So, like, it's like only 1 spot more that you will gain, first of all. Like, you, like, every section, like, first of all, gets 2 spots before, like, it really becomes in full effect of, like, this extra spot for the top 10.
Thanks. Next we have Tom. There's a comment. Sorry.
Yeah, so like on the small and Gabriel and me, with the smaller sections, for example, even like Augsburg, that is since in ESN since 13 years. Even my own members didn't know I'm national board. Like that's how uninvolved they are in the national level, and then they basically get no chance. And Augsburg is quite a big size, I think. So I just wanted to drive down the point with the smaller sections. And these are motivating for people, these events.
No, speakers list is closed. Great. Then, thank you, Gabriel. Torben is next. Torben, do you have 1 or 2 questions? Because I have 3.
I had 2, but it's fine to delete this if you want to.
Thanks.
So Torben is in Berlin. So my question is about particular points regarding vote delegations. So they are plus half point so far if you take over vote delegations. So it doesn't.
Like, no, if you send in a vote delegation.
Okay, then this was, yeah.
Fine.
Great, thank you. Next would be Leonie, and after this, Fiona.
Hi, Leonie is at Wiesel Mannheim. I have a question regarding the points participation. Wow. Yes, you told us that we, question is like, will we get points for like the section or like for each member?
No, the section. It's like all the points are for the section, since like otherwise new members couldn't like really earn points.
So like when I'm like as ESN Mannheim will come with 5 members, only 1 point or yes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter like how many people are showing up. It's like you have just at least 1 member in the center.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Fiona.
Hi, Fiona, also ESN Mannheim. I realize this might be an unpopular comment, but building on what Gabriel just said, ESN Augsburg, his members don't know that he's on the national board. How is it fair, and I don't mean to discredit any of the hard work you guys are doing on the national board, but how is it fair that the sections get so many bonus points for having national board members, even if that doesn't say anything about the section itself?
Just directly a comment to the question?
Or answer first.
Oh, okay, yeah, first answer and then we see how the comment results.
There are like 2 things. First of all, of course, like it's in the section interest that maybe they also present their members are in the board, and the other thing is like, of course, you get points for that because the national board doesn't get any spots, or fewer spots, so they can like at least get that to the section that was there.
Okay, now you have 2 comments, 3 comments. First, the comments to this question. Maybe your follow-up will resolve.
Torben ESN Berlin. So I think it's also fair in that sense that those people who are applying for the national board are most likely the most active ones on the local level already. And yeah, basically the section make up for those people, and I think in that sense it's also kind of fair that yeah, those points in some way also go to the section.
Thanks. Janis had a comment, Torben?
The logic is that sections get points for having national board members, so they get a spot and can send a national board member. Why not just send a national board member?
Is this a question or a comment?
That's it.
You raised for a comment, but that sounded more like a question.
It's a follow-up. I mean, you can as long as you want. You don't need to ask.
I would like to explain the rationale behind this from my point of view.
Gabriel, Kevin, please next time wait before I give you the word. Because there was also Dujan raising for a comment. Procedural, yeah.
Dusan, National Board Support. So this seems like a very complex conversation.
Yeah.
I think you did a very good job, but obviously it raises a lot of questions from the sides of sections and people who are on the National Board. And it seems like something that we don't want to rush maybe, because maybe we want to change it again in like 2 or 3 NAs. So would it be possible to maybe try to postpone voting on this for the next NA, or maybe have an extraordinary in the meantime before the next one, so we can have a more proper discussion on this, because obviously there's a lot of opinions.
Yeah, sure, but like until now, the participation of the network, like there wasn't no one for the for the working group applying. There were only like 3-4 people in our call where we already presented that, and where all of you had the option to hand in comments and also that you also restructure that or also put them in. But there weren't any, so I'm not sure like postpone it will really help or really have more engagement by the network. That's
reaction, comments.
Reaction to that.
Okay, yeah, reaction. I didn't forget you, Fiona. Don't you worry with your follow-up. So
Dusan, National Board Support. Yes, but now that you have done the work and gave us the results, I agree people should have participated more, but obviously now it is spawning like a lot of different opinions. So maybe now that this has happened, there should be maybe another call in the meantime to the next NA. Because again, like people seem to have like so many different opinions, it might be worth to consider postponing this to the next NA because it's before the next EGM.
The proposal, in the way it is right now, is prepared for almost a month, longer than that. We had the call, I don't remember the exact date, but it's way back. I'm full with Ollie here. Like, there was already time to comment on this, way more time than we should give, and no one wanted to. And this is the situation we have right now, and I don't want to change that.
And also like this is a draft, and like of course like we can decide like or still like if the vote is disapproved afterwards, rewrite it or put in some more.
Is it a real reaction or more like a question? Not a procedure, okay.
Or react, I mean, it's kind of both. So again, National Board Support, I think it's not, with all the respect allow I have to both of you, it's not up to you to decide this. I think I don't know how this technically works, but maybe we should propose a vote perhaps to see do people actually want to postpone this, because it's not up to anybody's personal. I don't know how that works, I'm just asking.
Can it be public or?
I think it makes sense, like maybe to end first of all the Q&A, to all answer all the questions, and then like
so
do
there's
the vote of the proposal.
Comment, follow-up, because Fiona's still, there's spark I see, because Fiona's still in it, but also I'm going with Oliver, that this Q&As got bigger than expected. I would first let Fiona.
There's a follow-up, right?
Oh, you have a comment, okay, yeah. Then comment comment before follow-up.
Comment to Dushan first, because he asked these procedurals. The way this works is it's a proposal. If you agree with the proposal, you vote on it. If you disagree with the proposal, you vote against it. If it's voted against, you can probably work on a new proposal. If it's voted for, you can amend the proposal at the next NA. But at the end of the day, it doesn't make sense to postpone. As for the whole discussion about why we're giving sections with MB members points, why are we giving sections with IB members points, why are we giving sections that organize an OC points? We are a network. I know when we all go home on Monday, we're all going to go to our own local section and we're going to forget that our neighbors exist. But that's not what we want. We want to be engaged. We want people to remember that they're not only part of ESN local section, but also part of ESN Germany and ESN International. And for ESN Germany, ESN International to exist, we need participation. For you to be here and have this discussion, we need Frankfurt and Main and Leonardo there to say, you know, fuck it, I'm going to risk myself having a burnout because I want to do this. And that's why I think Leonardo deserves 6 points for a section, and that's sort of how this works. The whole point is to give engagement and rewards to these people. And that is the rationale behind this. It's minor details that we're now discussing about.
Thanks for the speech, but let me cut off there. Can Fiona please get the microphone? So it was. So was it a comment or follow-up? Because you said follow-up, and now it was a comment. So
well, I had a follow-up question initially.
Yeah. That's why
I don't want to further engage this discussion, honestly,
Great.
because I think it's going on for long enough. I just have one tiny request, which is more of a comment. You said that not many people participated in your call, and I'm very sorry for that, but our section never received an invite to that call.
Sure, like we send it on the section mailing list. Please
Okay.
check that, like.
I mean, we receive all other emails, but we never received an invitation,
send
otherwise we
out
would show up.
really like invite, like it should show even up in your calendar. If you're like.
I don't know if this was an
that
issue
sounds
for
like an
others.
IT problem from Mannheim, actually.
Sorry.
Sorry for that. It's they sent it to the section mailing list. It seems like. What about the others? Did you receive the mail? So it sounds like a problem from Mannheim. I'm sorry. Another comment.
Maria and B. I know at least one other person who told me that their section did not forward this email. So.
Yeah. Okay. So we still have Matthias, Janis, Dirk, Jeroen, Matthias again, and Danielle on the Q&A. We can prolong this Q&A. We can make also would be a written down statement okay as a proposal for the rest of the questions, or is it okay to engage the questions privately? It's,
I think it depends on the questionnaires. Like for us, I think it would be also fine to do it privately or in written form.
So yeah, I propose to all the people on my speakers list, or more like I ask you, do you want to engage the question in this Q&A publicly, or is it something you can resolve privately with the AB? So Matthias, Janis, Dirk, Jeroen, Matthias again, and Tanya. Yes?
I mean, we're voting about it. Why should we do that in private? I would like to ask managers actually.
No, like you will write us or write up the question. We would answer it still this evening, so you have like the answers until tomorrow for the vote.
Sorry, yeah. I wasn't clear enough about this. So, the people on the speakers list, would you be okay with that or not?
Maybe are asking the other way around. Who is not okay with that? Or who wants to voice their question now?
Yeah, Matthias?
I can keep them to yes and no questions so that they're quite short.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it would be maybe nice to still wrap up the understanding and stick with the steps.
Okay.
Okay, then
So proceed.
Matthias is and to me. For if this point system was active this year, that would have meant that my section either sent 3 local members or Gavin, Samuel, and 1 local member. And yeah, good. Okay. What would be further steps to, if this is approved? How can we change it?
Like there's still time until next NA to improve it, and maybe also see like at least one time, use it one time to see what the problems will be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so again, you other ones on the speakers list, are you okay writing your questions through the AB, and the AB will answer them tonight and send their answers to your questions to all participants? No objections? Okay, then I would close the Q&A at this point. Thank you, and sorry that, I mean, I'm happy about the engagement, of course. But yeah, we have to follow the agenda. I propose a short toilet break, actually more or less also for me. So, any objections? Great. So please be back in around 5 minutes and we will proceed.
Hello, everybody. Again, we are. How can we change the slide?
Where's the presenter? Here.
Bam, over.
Yeah, we are Erasmus United Gießen. Maybe you can remember us from the last NA, and we are more than happy to stand here now to apply finally to become part of you guys. Yeah, I will start to tell you something about our board. First of all, we have our president, Elshan. Then we have me as a vice president, Sarah as a treasurer. We have a safety team leader, Agnieszka, a media team leader, Petros, an event coordinator, Ashraf, also standing next to me right now, and then WhatsApp management team leader, Daniel. Currently, we have 19 active members and 12 candidate members. To become a full member, we have like an onboarding process. First of all, of course, they have to tell us their interest. Then they get an invitation for us. They attend 3 team meetings from us, and then they have to co-organize minimum of 2 events. And after that, we will vote on them, and then they become a full member. Yeah, what did we do for recruiting this semester? We created these beautiful posters and also flyers, and we put them in the universities in Gießen. And also we have a cooperation with the university, and they tell the other students about us. Yeah, and of course we have a beautiful mascot. It's Walter, suitable for our name.
And yeah, I'll be talking now a little bit about our events. The most prominent one was the Welcome Week this semester, because we made a double Welcome Week, because in Gießen we have actually 2 universities. We have Gießen University of JLU or JLU and THM, Technische Hochschule Mithessen. Because they start 1 week earlier, we did double Welcome Week with double events, and as you can see, it was very nice. I will be showing you some insights right now. Stammtisch is a typical event that we organize about, actually every week. That's our goal. Stammtisch is a typical get-together event when everyone just gets together in some bar, or when the weather is good, it might be some picnic or some barbecue, grill. These events are regular, it gives people a chance to get together and meet each other regularly. Other than that, we have pub crawl. In Gießen we don't have many pubs, but we did find the best ones to show everyone in this pub crawl. As you can see, it was very big coverage of the town. And thanks Kira and others for organizing it with Ashraf. Also, hiking events. Gießen is inside a forest, and the hiking is very nice when the weather is nice, which is not very often. But yeah, from time to time, it happens that the weather is sunny enough, so we can go outside, get a walk. There are a lot of castles and hills around, so it's really fun. Bouldering events is part of our fitness team. We will speak about the interest teams a little bit later. And the welcome reception, it's one of the main events when the president of our university says a couple of words to all the international students, and we get to present ourselves and get a new recruits. Hike and German dinner, that was the end of our meeting. It was an authentic German dinner in an authentic German place to introduce everyone the authentic German culture, of course. And another hike, because weather was good 2 times. Barbecues and beer pongs is also something fun we do. It's a very favorite event. We can do it only on summer semester, unfortunately, for obvious reasons. But yeah. Now Ashraf will talk a bit about organization.
Thank you. Yeah, so now how do we come about organizing these events? So we have the app called Family Wall, and we just add all the events that we want to organize. If someone has an idea, then they propose it and do it. We also do meetings twice a month, so every 2 weeks approximately, where we also discuss the upcoming events, and then accordingly we do these events, we plan them that way. In the meetings as well, we do all our protocols. We try to do everything officially. We upload all these documents to the Google Drive. And yeah, like for example, this protocol we did online, or we sometimes do it like we meet as well. This one like Kira wrote, where we discussed all the events, we vote for new members and stuff like that. And yeah, and after we do that, we post the events on our social media, like Instagram, and then we do these posts as well on our WhatsApp group. So on WhatsApp group, in order to make it more organized, we do also special interest groups in the communities. For now, we have a fitness group. That's for people who are interested in doing the jogging and stuff. For now, we do it every Thursday, for example. And to that, we will add the ball games because people are interested to do that more regularly and so on. And yeah.
And adding to the app that Ashraf mentioned, we are also, of course, using Drive for the official documents and, for example, for protocols of the events to discuss what went well and what didn't. And we are currently cooperating, of course, with the university. They're giving out our contacts to the internationals. And for example, professors from language courses are suggesting us to interested students to become part of our team. We're also cooperating with Local International, and we are doing joint events with them, and ESN Frankfurt, as we'll see in the next slide, and with Marburg International Club, we had several shared events. Yeah, next one. Oh, sorry. And our last slide is about the city trips, and we're planning once a month city trips, and hopefully cooperating in the future more with other sections, and learn and keep improving from you, and hopefully strengthen our contacts. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. You were perfectly in time. Love that, actually. So now we are heading to our Q&A for the section application of Gießen. I'm asking Oleg again to get some more steps on his smartwatch. So we have Luis.
Hi, Louis here from Göttingen. I hope you are still not traumatized from that. So I've noticed both on your social media and also the image that you show that you are at the moment using both the old logo, or like your still current logo kind of, and the candidate section logo. Will you fully, totally drop the old logo when you become a full ESN section and just use the ESN logo?
Yes, that's a plan, that we will change for new ESN logo as soon as we get, hopefully, when we get it.
Thanks. Yep. Now.
I'm fully committed to them.
Perfect. Now Tanyel, please.
Anja, Social Impact Coordinator, is in Germany. So thank you again for visiting us and to present yourself. I have a question. Do you know the 6 courses of ESN and can you name them?
We have culture.
Hey, wait!
Education and youth, environmental sustainability, health and well-being. Shit, I was outside. Skills and employability, and last but not least, social inclusivity.
No further objections. Thank you very much.
It was raining outside, so it really very, very well.
Thanks. Perfect. That's how I got my master in physics. Patrick, please.
Hi, Patrick, international guest.
You talked about Wim answering Luis's question. Just out of interest, have you been in contact with the ComCom of ESN International? Because we have colors and fonts and everything for candidate sections as well, and I just recognized that you didn't use any of them. Just because you didn't get them, or what happened?
So about that, like when we became, after we became the candidate section, the board was changed. So some information was confused and lost. So in our head, like we are supposed to use the main colors of ESN. That's why we based the designs on that. But yeah.
Perfect, thank you. Then we have another question from Luis. If you raise your hand again, so, and after this we have Philip. Yes, please. I mean, the camera is there, but on the outro.
Luis, yes, I'm Göttingen. About how you usually work in terms of volunteering in the finance part, do your volunteers need to pay to join events, or are they reimbursed for joining events?
That's depending on the events. Sometimes we decide together that we're going to give some small yeah, discounts. Thank you very much. And when we're giving out discounts to team members, then we are also giving them out to everyone else, to all of our Erasmus. So.
Follow up or? Okay, perfect. Then Philip next.
Philip is in Berlin. Out of our own experience, after like a new section, how is your connection to the international office? Because often they can really help you.
We have very nice relations with international office. In fact, they are our biggest supporters so far from institutional organizations that support us first with places, with information, advertising our events, us as existent section in Gießen, as well as advertising us for other students in Fachschafts for recruiting purposes. We do as well joint events. Thank you very much for this question because it's a very nice one.
Perfect. Then another question from Luis.
Luis, yes, do you already have a plan on how are you going to distribute the ESN cards after you become a full section?
Yes, we have some kind of ideas. We don't have a very straight plan, but there are a lot of places in Gießen with whom we would like to cooperate in getting some discounts, and which is the most nice thing for Erasmus students that get the ESN card. Other than that, there is just a vision of it, how it will be, but yeah, there's no direct plan like written somewhere.
Okay, yeah.
Satisfied it? Yeah, okay.
Perfect. Is there another question? Yes, Sophie.
Hello, Sophie, International Student Network Regensburg. What has been the best benefit for you since becoming a candidate section? How has it made your section better?
Well, definitely joining all these events here, it's like an opportunity for us to connect with all over Germany, and yeah, we can do cooperating events, especially also using this ESN in our, like, just writing ESN candidate section can help that students can find us, or even some people who would like to join our team.
Perfect, thank you. Are there more questions? One from Gavin. More questions? Let's see. Gavin?
So, once you're a candidate section, you get access to the mailing list, right? So you've been getting a lot of emails from the network, partially from us, but also partially from the international side of the network. I would like to know what you thought about the emails, for example, about the international part, and if you were able to read about the projects and the things that are happening, and what you found exciting or interesting there in those emails.
Yes, we are getting currently emails about the different calls and different new events that is organized by ESN. Some of them is not really relevant for us as far as we are not a full ESN section. But yes, most of them are very interesting, especially about the different events that we also try to attend. Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot to mention that you have to stand up for your question, but it's okay. Torm as next. Then are there more questions? Otherwise, I would close the speakers list. Objections? No. Okay.
Torben Medias in Berlin. So my question is about the national events. So you had, I guess, a lot of them, but well, in this NA already. So my question is about how do you see your section in, how likely is it for or members of your section to join the OCs or to as helpers? I'm sorry. Of the sections of the events, since Gießen is kind of in the middle, I think, between Cologne and Berlin, and but at the same time not really close.
I'm sorry, the question was how we can join the events?
How do you see the perspective of if members will join your the national events?
All right, yeah, thank you for the question. Also very interesting one. We try to join as many as possible of national events. LPs, the last LP last week in Mannheim, we also sent a delegation. That was not us, that was our other team members who were preparing for NA, for instance. Of course, we cannot attend all the events from time to time. There is just a coincidence that all the team members are busy with university work and they cannot just attend the event. If the question was about transportation costs, we try to cover them for the members of the team that we try to cover them.
I think there's a clarification.
Yeah, I'm sorry to be that imprecise. So it was more about Rhine Rhapsody and Free Break and organizing actually them and not only sending like a delegation with you on Erasmus.
And like about organizing, of course, it will be something that we would like to do, but at this point, that we don't have much information or experience in this way because we're just a canon section. But in a future prospect, yeah, that could be possible for us.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, give them some applause. Don't leave too far, because now we have another board statement from Isabel, so just go outside. All of Gießen? Are there any other Gießen members here, just to be sure?
Yeah,
perfect. Oh. Amazing. Please close the door. And finally, okay, now look at this nice gift. It was perfectly prepared. So, but we have our coffee break. But wait, don't forget, this is a special coffee break because we also have the poster session where we have posters from our regional coordinators and mine. So I give Izzy the microphone.
Just to very quickly introduce this format, because we didn't have that in Forma and ACE. So we prepared some posters. Well, I didn't prepare, but the regional coordinators, Mainz as our additional candidate section who didn't have a presentation this time, prepared a poster, and Adele from Erasmus Berlin prepared a poster about an event that they wanted to share with us, an event idea. So all of the posters will be on that wall in the foyer. And during the coffee break, feel free to read the poster, to get engaged with the people, and to have some communications, some conversations about that. And additionally, if anyone still wants to get a patch, Tivo is in the very back of this room, and you can get a patch during this coffee break.
Love it. Perfect. Keep that in mind. So, during the coffee break, there was a proposal which will be presented by Isabel, and I will hand over to her.
Okay, so during the coffee break, I was approached by several participants with questions about our candidate section and interested organizations. So I wanted to propose a change to the agenda to give you another possibility to ask me questions and to discuss amongst each other about your impression of our candidacies and the topics that you're going to vote about. And I would like to have that discussion without any of the candidates present, so without the interest organization and without the candidate sections, so that we have another safe space opportunity to ask honest questions and discuss the topic that we're asked. I would propose that this agenda change would take maybe 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah. Maybe you can show where we could fit that in the agenda.
Okay, so in general, this is the final block for today. So we could do it actually directly right now, before the SOS proposal from the AB, or we can do it before the community time. My first suggestion would be right now. Therefore, I think, yeah, let's vote on this.
Okay, fine. We will have a voting on this proposal. So if you approve this proposal, please raise your voting device now. And keep it up. So, okay. So thank you. Please put them down. So also Erasmus Berlin, please. Thank you. And then who disapproved this change of this proposal? No one. So who would like to abstain? Okay, perfect. You have the right amount, so this is approved.
Ich könnte was fragen. Vielleicht über das bitte.
Gabriel, I'm also asking you to mute this
well emphasizes democratic principles, which is always really good. It ensures at the same time that all members have voice in governance through regular elections. This is also a main point of democratic integrity, so very important. Additionally, there is the point of accountability. Through the elections, there will be a local board, and local board members can be held accountable, which means that overall the transparency and responsibility of the sections will be enhanced. At the same time, some sections currently lack the structures, are in general facing some operational challenges, and through formalizing this requirement, it would provide a framework where the NB could intervene way faster and help those sections who are struggling. And it's important to note that there is, of course, the consequences of non-compliance, but we want to mention that sections who are failing to meet the requirements right now, obviously, and also later, won't be immediately expelled. The case will be addressed at the National Assembly, where the National Assembly will vote on that. Thank you.
Okay, so let's have a Q&A session about this. So we have Janus right now. The only one as far as I see, so thank you, Oliver.
All right, Janus, Ivon Darmstadt. You added this paragraph, or you showed this paragraph that not following the section requirement will not lead to the expulsion of the section directly, but it will be voted on at the NA. Is that a paragraph which is special for this section requirement, or is this a general thing for all section requirements?
It's neither a proposal, like this was not a paragraph, it is just for information for you, like that's why it's like not going to be in the proposal itself, it's just for clarification. So that this is not the result regarding the second half.
Yeah, and like it's also a bit of simplification. Of course, there's a multiple step process, and in the end, the issue would be brought in front of the National Assembly before you could get it expelled.
Okay, but I think the question is still valid. Is this, for this section requirement, specifically the case, or is this the case for every section requirement?
For all.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, there's a comment from procedure.
If you want to generalize it, then yes, it is for all. But the actual answer would take a little bit longer, and I don't think we have, like, let's not make it like the last proposal, please.
So the first procedure, please.
Now there's in the Netherlands. Can we have the amendment on the screen while discussing?
The what?
The amendment.
Oh, of
the
course.
actual wording.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Totally makes sense. Thanks. So Isabel has a comment.
Is that very national order? I'm so sorry.
Please stand up.
We actually have two different kinds of section requirements in Germany, in our standing orders and in our stages. The requirements that are in our standing orders are a little bit the extra and not that important requirements. So only the requirements that are in our stages will lead to expulsion if they are not adhered. The ones in the standing orders can only have different sanctions, like not getting spots for EGM or web, or not getting more ESN cards. So my question would be, why are you adding that proposal to the standing orders and not to the stages?
Ah, it was a Christmas comment, I see.
Well, it's like you said, that's right. The section requirements are in the standing orders and also in the statutes. It's also important to note that the statutes always beat the standing orders. Why putting it into the standing orders? Well, because the change of the standing orders is easier, and at the same time, we wanted to, like you said, there is like hard sanctions against like non-compliance with the statutes, while it is rather tame on the standing orders.
Is this sufficient? Okay. So, are there any more questions, comments? No, doesn't look like it. Then I would close the speakers list. Any objections?
Yeah, one.
Oh, sure.
Of course, if it is a matter of heart for you or for the National Assembly, we could still pose an amendment to not put that into the standing orders, but instead into the statutes. Then we can have a chat later about that.
Thank you. Okay, then I officially close the speakers list. Any objections? Nope. Perfect. Thank you, you two. Maybe give them some love. Come on. Thank you. Amazing. So now we're going to continue with our application for the financial audit, and I'm asking Henry to come down. So you can use just this microphone. Where's the clicker?
Right there next to it. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. 7 minutes 30, and as usual, you can start.
All right. Yeah. Welcome to the last presentation of the day. We've been here really long. We are, I think, more than an hour late, so I try to be really quick. So here's my presentation about becoming the next financial auditor for the current mandate that is running until the end of November. So a bit about me. Yeah, so I have a full-time job. I'm an IT security consultant, and I'm doing a master's on the side in cybersecurity management. Next to that, in ESN, I'm the local treasurer of ESN Bonn. I was the previous West coordinator, and there's going to be a bunch of more things on the next slide. And in my free time, I like to travel and have a good time. So up there, I'm Jordan, Carnival, and parties in Bonn. All right. Let's get to my motivation. On the one hand, I got to know the network nationally during my year and a half that I've spent in ESN so far. During a lot of NAs, national events, I was in the Free Break OC in the finance team last year, and Rhine Rhapsody as a participant. As I said before, I was the regional coordinator of the West, also a position which I took on during the half of the mandate. Then I'm also in the section care team right now as well, after I finish my regional coordinator time, and education team, but not so active. On the other hand, I got to know the network internationally, so I was at different NAs in various countries as vice chair and international guest, for example, Hungary, Finland, and Sweden. I was your EGM delegation leader this year and workshop holder last year. Then I went to the local changemaker training in Warsaw this year, and to the European youth events in Strasbourg last year, and Berlin this year. Okay, so much about motivation. Yeah, why am I applying? Because I want to support and improve the German network by actively participating in one of the statutory bodies. And here are my goals for the rest of the mandate. I think it's really important that we have a financial auditor again, because I feel like the job hasn't been done in the last 2 years really properly. So I want to relieve the rest of the IB by taking over the tasks of the financial auditor. I want to take a closer look at our network's, especially past, current, and future financial situation. I want to work on improving the standing orders if necessary. I already spoke with a few of you about which to change or which not to. And yeah, I want to work closely with the treasurers, with the treasurer, national treasurer of course, and the rest of the national board, as well as supporting the treasurers of the sections which I forgot on there, of course, there's an audit team as well. All right, that's it.
Here we go. Thank you. So we are heading to the Q&A for Henry. So there is Teresa.
Can I start?
Yeah.
Actually,
Please stand up and name and section.
Oh yeah, sorry. Teresa is in Hamburg. Why did you decide to apply for financial auditor and not for treasurer? For the NB.
Yeah, I knew this question would come because currently of my workload. So I'm still the local treasurer of Bonn, which is a really dear to my heart job I'm doing, and my mandate is still ongoing until August. And furthermore, like as you've seen, I have a full-time job in my studies. I feel like that with the financial auditor job, I don't have to be there 24/7. Which I would have to be as a treasurer. And yeah, my second point would be through the job of the financial auditor, I get to know the financial situation and the whole network better. And if we don't have a treasurer, let's say, I don't know, end of the year, I might consider applying for it.
Thank you. Are there more questions? Can already stand up. Amazing.
Hi, Justus from ESM Mannheim. At the NA in Potsdam, we heard a long list of problems that occurred at the during the time of the last treasurer, national treasurer. How do you think we can address those problems? Like there were points like missing order of hoodies and like missing receipts and all that stuff. How do you want to address that?
Yeah, so the financial audit of that period was already concluded. The only things that have to be done is speak with the responsible people about what happened and yeah, and how to improve it in the future. To maybe answer that question, I think the two candidates as presidents already mentioned a lot about transparency, and I think it's really important that we work on that, especially with the next treasurer.
Are there more questions? Doesn't seem like it. Then, Luis, really? Are you sure? Come on. Perfect. Then I would officially close the speakers list. Any objections? Nope. Then, thank you, Henry. Oh, that was the worst president Q&A, so perfect. So now we're heading to our community time. So I'm asking the community leaders, vice president, presidents, and so on up front. Johan, yes?
I'm not sure if it's already planned or not, but I wanted to suppose that a regional coordinator community time as well, and not having them join any local section for
Okay. Didn't expect that. I mean, I have no problem with that, to do a regional coordinator community. So then, still, I would ask the community leaders, Gavin, Isabel, like the board members, come up front so everyone can see you. So everyone knows which community and person they have to follow. I mean, most of